could that be? And they even said, I love this line, why don't the editors fly around and find out what's going on there? I thought, well, that's interesting. Lights over a lake, and they're saying, why don't the editors fly around and find out? So clearly, yes, it could be all kinds of things, but I think it's indicative that UFOs are absolutely nothing new in the Hudson Valley and not new on this planet, I'm sure. So there was a wave of mysterious airship sightings, they were called, out in California, Texas in the 1890s. What a lot of people don't realize is the Hudson Valley had probably an even bigger wave in 1908 and 1909. Again, no planes were flying at night in 1909. I think the first one was 1910 in South America. So there was nothing that should have lights in the sky. We didn't have Zeppelins. We had a couple of really lame balloons. But remember, to have a really bright, intense searchlight, you need a big light, you need battery power, and batteries were not little Duracells back then. They were big, and we just didn't have anything that could carry that kind of weight. And they were seen throughout the Hudson Valley, New England, up into Canada, and they could hover, they could move extremely fast, and sometimes they were seen for as long as 4 hours in the air, circling like Worcester, Massachusetts had an amazing sighting. So humans just did not have that technology then. So again, when people tell me, oh, it's all stealth, it's all government, I said, okay, let's eliminate everything from 1947 to the present. How do you explain the 1909 wave? And they'll be like, oh, you never heard of it. Okay, well, so I'm really thinking that every time I do this, I want to mention those cases to set the stage. In fact, here was a statement from a Poughkeepsie newspaper in 1909, which is really applicable today. Nobody knows whither they come or whither they go. Apparently, they start from nowhere and never land. And we could say that now about the sightings we have, and definitely in the 1980s. So a couple of other older cases. A couple of years ago, I was speaking to a man who lived, his cousins lived on a farm near, where Stewart Airport is? Okay, all used to be farmland there. The first airstrip was put in 1934. After the war, the government took it over, put in the Air Force Base, but it used to be farmland. And he was saying that some of his happiest memories, because he lived in a apparently very crowded apartment in, I think, Jersey City, which was not very rural back then, and he loved coming up here to spend summers on the farm with his cousins and the aunts and uncles and all that. And every year they would always recount the stories of how the grandparents used to see lights, multicolored lights, hovering, moving quickly, particularly over this one field. And he said he remembered the field because you know what purple loosestrife looks like? It's that beautiful purple flower. Anyway, it was just part of his memory. And I said, okay, when would this have been that they saw these craft moving around their farm? The 1890s, okay? And which got me thinking, because, some people think UFOs are in the Stewart Airport area because of the airport. Well, it looks like they put an airport right where there had been UFO activity. So sometimes the deeper you dig, your perspective kind of gets switched. And I went, if you want to look at that area, Jackson Avenue, it still exists. I don't know how much is on there. but I was trying to place where he was telling me, and there was this one big, beautiful field of purple loosestrife. And I kind of got goosebumps. I'm like, that's probably where he saw it. So it's great to interview people. It's great to find things in newspapers. But when you stand on the actual ground of where these sightings occurred, you really get the perspective. You really tune in to what people saw. I don't know if the person's here now. I don't see, but he was just Tolman State. Yes, another witness there. Tolman State Park. I hiked many, many times in Tolman State Park. It's up on the Palisades. You have a beautiful view down to the river. And I think it was in the 80s. He and his buddies are in the park. They worked there. And one of those massive silent craft was going up the river. And he's looking down on the top of it, which is a very unique perspective for seeing a UFO. Oh, before I get to another very unique perspective, one more thing. The little article there, what was it? This was in a Kingston newspaper. An object in the southern sky resembling an immense box kite attracted much attention from passerbys on downtown streets Monday afternoon, broad daylight. Something looking like the size of a box kite, or looking like a giant box kite. The object remained stationary in the air for several hours and at times exhibited green and red colors. Okay, maybe in 2010 you could say it was a big drone. It was that this article was published in 1912. Okay, so it's things like this that just lay the groundwork for everything else we do in modern times. So I promised you another unique perspective, the giant black triangle here. This was one of my favorite witnesses, Maureen. Maureen was a research librarian, and she says, you know, she kind of looked and sounded like a librarian, which is a good thing. But I remember her saying, I deal in facts. My life is facts. She goes, and I really don't have much of imagination. I was like, well, I don't know about that. But so, people are hesitant to tell their stories because they think you're going to ridicule them or roll your eyes. This was November of 1985. She's sitting at a bus stop waiting for her husband to come home on the bus. And she looks up and she said there was this enormous black silent triangle just hanging there, taking up most of the sky. And this is very unique. She said suddenly there was an opening around, you can see it in the image there that was drawn, a round circular opening she saw up inside the craft. This might be a first. And it's basically the only one I've heard of like that. And she said there were levels. She said it reminded her of the balconies on the side of an apartment building, all lit up. And she's, staring at this. What am I looking at? And a red light comes from behind, and we hear this all the time. There'll be a craft with a bright red orb following it or moving around it. It went up detached. It went up inside the opening. She said the opening disappeared. It closed. She said it didn't slide closed. It was open and then it wasn't. However that works. And then in a blink of an eye, this took off. And what 99 out of 100 people would tell me, it was the size of a football field, which is pretty amazing. You have a football field sized craft over your head. It makes an impression. So I said to her, was it the size of a football field? Was it the size? And she goes, it was really the size of a football stadium. And I'm like, all right, let's go back. You mean like Giant Stadium where traditional? Yeah, that's how big it was. So can you imagine sitting in your car and something the size of a football stadium is hovering over you? I mean, just absolutely, absolutely remarkable. So something else we have to talk about, and I know this is a sore subject to some people, and some people who are hardcore ufologists, they don't want to hear the A word. They don't want to hear about abductions. But when I started my research, the first person we filmed for a documentary, bless you, that we did, had a lifelong abduction stories going back into the 50s, and his parents had them, and his children had like children's children, like 4 generations, and just incredible, incredible cases. But the one I want to talk about here is I had somebody contact me who was an elected official over in Putnam County, also a school official, very good credentials. And he starts talking, people are very excited when they start telling their stories. And he's like, and then there was the squirrel people, and there was the owl people, and I'm like, oh boy, I've got a live one here, because I'm picturing something with a big bushy tail, and I'm like, wait, please. I said, stop. Can you define what you mean by a squirrel person? And so he sent me this drawing. He said it was a short, grayish white figure with a very narrow face and big eyes. And to him, it was kind of like a squirrel face. And that's what was looking in his window. And I'll get to how this all started. And then I was like, okay, I can look at that. What's the owl person? And he said, well, that would be the one that was standing at the foot of my bed every night, was very white with big, big round eyes, reminded him of big owl eyes. I said, okay, so we're not talking about fuzzy and feathery things. We're talking rather traditional, if you want to call it that, traditional aliens. And how this all came about was in Putnam Valley, which is a very weird town. I'm telling you. Anybody here from Putnam Valley? You know it. If it's weird, it goes on in Putnam Valley. All right. I love the place, personally. I mean, it's right in my wheelhouse. But it was 1984, and he had a golden retriever, and the dog is whining and shaking, and what is going on? I guess the dog really needs to go out. So he opens the sliding doors. He basically has to push the dog out the door. And when the dog gets out on the deck, it curls up tight little ball. And you know when a dog is absolutely panicked out of its mind. And then he's realizing, why don't I see any stars? So he looks up. And again, a massive black triangle just basically taking up the entire sky, like greenish yellow light in each corner. He yells for his wife comes out, and for 5 minutes, they're standing under this. The dog is still, hysterical, basically catatonic, and they're watching this, and it slowly starts to move. Most people said when they did move, you could walk along with them. That's how slow. So, this is not a normal aircraft. No sound. It took 10 minutes to slowly move out of sight. So they thought, well, this is the most incredible thing, and we're kind of happy that, we had this amazing sighting. Till about 2 nights later, when he wakes up and there's the squirrel person looking in his window, and he looks over and there's the owl person at the bottom of his bed. He blacks out. The next thing he knows, it's morning. He wakes up, his face is covered in blood. He's having this nosebleed. It happens several times a week after week, month after month. He's losing it. He said he was ready to have a nervous breakdown. He can't control the nosebleeds. He goes to the doctor. Of course, you don't want to say, I think the owl person did this to me, doctor. He's like, I just wake up with these nosebleeds. I don't know what's going on. And so those scopes they put up, you're into your sinuses. And the doctor's like, well, who's been operating on you? He's like, no. And he goes, no, somebody's been up there cutting up in your sinuses. And what's he going to tell him? So, oh, okay. He finally had to move. He couldn't take it anymore. They got out of there, they moved, and thank heaven that activity stopped. But guarantees that was going to stop. But you have to be careful with these things. Yes, he's out there, he's in awe. Did they take that as a symbol that, hell, he's not afraid? We can experiment on this guy. I don't know. But yeah, another one of the most credible cases. How am I doing time-wise? Okay.
When was that?
1984, Putnam Valley. The big wave of sightings was 1983 to 88-ish in the Hudson Valley. Any given night could be 3,000 to 5,000 witnesses. This went on year after year. You know, a lot of people have heard of the Phoenix Lights. Great case. One night. That was a Tuesday in the Hudson Valley. Any time in 6 years. All right, so I know we have somebody else coming up. Pine Bush itself, in the bottom left, that nice little UFO sketch there. August 15th, 8:45 p.m. in the year 2015. Some people are enjoying their backyard on West Searsville Road. West Searsville was the ground zero where hundreds of people would go every night in the 90s to view craft. And he sees this craft. He gets within about 10 or 15 feet of it. You have to be careful. He started hearing a humming in his head, started feeling nauseous, disoriented. The craft lifted up, moved to 2 other places in this field. Now the grass, I have a picture, the grass was about this high, but wherever the craft was, the grass was bent down to about a foot above the ground. It didn't leave an impression on the ground, so it never touched the ground. So you tell me what's 35 foot in diameter and hovers a foot above the ground in 3 different locations. MUFON sent an investigator, and in each of those circles, radiation levels were 7 times normal. So the last one I want to talk about is another Pine Bush case, July of 1995. One woman who was a frequent sky watcher here got to West Searsville Road about 8 p.m. that night, and she said about 9:15, she's looking down West Searsville, and up out of the ground, she said, came this swirling grayish circle. She said, like a ring of Saturn, came up out of the ground. And she starts running as fast as she can towards it. Yes. Now, she thinks it's something geological, electromagnetic. Great. If it's electromagnetic, you really don't want to run it. Well, maybe it's like ball lightning. Let me see. Try not to run into these things. Fortunately, by the time she got there, it had gone back down. But then she noticed something, you know those sparklers you use for the 4th of July? She said on the right there on somebody's lawn, there was like 3 sets of sparklers coming out of the ground. So was it a natural geological electromagnetic discharge? Possibly, but you don't want to go and stand on it either. So why I wanted to tell this, because it's amazing, but also Pine Bush is unique because you don't always look up. A lot of the times you look down. A lot of things come in and out of the ground. People have seen actual craft lifting out of the ground, lights, things going, bless you, going back down in. So in addition to the number of sightings and the intensity, the fact that a lot of things are ground-based really is extremely unique. So I think, all right, I have like 2 minutes before the next person.
One question?
Yes, I'm gonna ask some questions.
Why would you speculate that there's been no large triangle sightings before the 80s?
Actually, there have been. I have stories from the 60s, other parts of the country. David Marler, I don't know if you're familiar with him, he has a book, Triangles, what's the name of it? The Estimate of the Situation. He documents triangles back to the 1800s. Very rare, but but really, you're correct, the age of the massive triangles was the 1980s. And now we're getting rectangles, squares and rectangles. Since around 2012, there was one that was cited by numerous people, went right over downtown Pine Bush. I think it was 2013. So why there's circles and rectangles and triangles, I don't know. But oh, are we having interference here? But is that an alien? I think it's an alien transmission. They found me. Yeah, they know where I am. So, thank you very much. I have a booth across from, if you have any questions, across from the museum on the other side of the street. And thank you very much. You were wonderful. Attention.
Study group, actually UAP study group now, which I'll talk to, with the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics. And the AIAA is a group of engineers, scientists, technicians that are really trying to apply hard physics and science to the study of UAPs. I would like to apologize, first of all, because normally every year there's a monitor where I get to show slides, and like a typical engineer, it's death by PowerPoint. So I'm going to try to talk through this information as best I can. I do have a lot of information to throw at you, so hopefully this will be interesting. So while I was preparing this presentation, as always happens, something interesting pops up. And what I'm going to talk about is ufology. Where are we today? And if you're somebody brand new, interested in UFOs or UAPs as they're termed now, it's almost overwhelming, right? I mean, there's so much in the media, there's meetings going on, Congress is involved, military, DOD, the scientific and academic communities. It's like, where do you start? It's crazy. And sure as it happens, I happen to find a Larson cartoon, who does like Far Side. And picture, if you will, a laboratory with all these dogs in lab coats, and they're all working away. And it says, knowing how it could change the lives of canines everywhere, the dog scientists struggled diligently to understand the doorknob principle. And I think that that's so typical of where we are in UFOs because we are all studying diligently trying to understand UAPs. So now I'm going to start this off a little bit differently. Like a field investigator, I want to start with a hypothesis. I contend that right now we are in a new era of UAP, UFO studies. Now, how do I classify these different eras? And I'm going to walk through these, which you're probably familiar with. So I start out with the Ancient Alien era. Everybody watch Ancient Aliens? I mean, good show, right? So Ancient Aliens, from the earliest cave paintings to around 1850, this would include the ancient sightings, Sumerian, Egyptian, and biblical, the Native American sky people, the sighting in 1800 by soon-to-be President Thomas Jefferson. Next era, the early era, which covers mainly early American events, including the Lumley UFO crash of 1865, which I've never heard of, which I thought was very interesting. The early airship sightings that Linda Zimmerman had talked to in the 1890s, the Aurora, Texas crash of 1897, as well as many other reported events. As far as the Lumley crash, 1865, it turns out it was a fur trapper in Montana by the name of James Lumley. He saw a UFO fly over him and crash into the forest, exploding like a rocket. The modern era. Some authors claim, okay, so the modern era, I say, goes from 1941 to 2016. Now, a lot of authors claim that the modern era really started with Kenneth Arnold in 1947, right? That started the popular UFO reports. However, I look at this as being actually starting in 1941 because we want to include the Cape Girardeau, Missouri crash, 1941, the Great Los Angeles raid of February 1942, the emergence of Foo Fighters throughout World War II. The modern era will take us from World War II through the U.S. Air Force UFO programs, Sign, Grudge, and Blue Book, into the Cold War years, and ends in 2016 and makes way for what I call the new era. The new era, 2017, where we are right now today. Begins in 2017, but was brought about by events actually reported in 2004, but not made public until 2017. So now why do I say we're in a new era? So if we step back just 10 years, let's go back to 2013, right? That would put us towards the end of what I call the modern era. In 2013, there were only 5 eminent UFO organizations at that time. That was MUFON, Mutual UFO Network, NARCAT, the National Aviation Reporting Center on Anomalous Phenomenon, QFOS, the Center for UFO Studies, CSETI, Center for the Study of Extraterrestrial Intelligence, and NUFORP, the National UFO Reporting Center. Now let's go forward 10 years, 2023. There are well over 24 active UFO organizations today. Many are still emerging. There's new groups forming all the time. Also, what do we have now? Look at social media. We've got podcasts, YouTube videos, movies, documentaries, covering almost every aspect, every era of the UFO/UAP phenomenon. And lastly, anybody been to Amazon.com lately? There's an explosion of UFO UAP books. Just walk the street. You can pick up some great stuff. Anybody here have their own little private UFO library? I mean, besides me? Okay, so the start of the new era. What really started the new era? I contend that the new era was started by 3 people. That's Helene Cooper. She was a Pentagon correspondent for the New York Times. Leslie Kean, an independent investigative journalist. And Ralph Blumenthal, who was an influential staff reporter for the New York Times. And what they did is they published an article, and they were able to convince New York Times, and you got to kind of put this in the context at the time. You have a reputable, paper, media source like the New York Times. They don't want to talk about UFOs. They lose street credit. They lose credibility by talking about UFOs. But these 3 people were able to say, hey, we got a groundbreaking story. Let's get it out there. And the Times decided to run with it. So their article came out December 16, 2017. It was titled, Glowing Auras and Black Money, the Pentagon's Mysterious UFO Program. And what they're able to do is not only do they have a source, who we now know as Luis Elizondo, but they also had video evidence, which we now call the FLIR, the gimbal, and the Go Fast.
What was the article, did you say?
The article was titled "Glowing Auras and Black Money: The Pentagon's Mysterious UFO Program." And essentially what they did is they blew the lid off of ATIP. So, what did that article tell us? Number one, it revealed there was a $22 million DoD program to study UFOs. Government doesn't study UFOs. A program was named ATIP, Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program. The program was headed by Luis Elizondo. 3 U.S. Navy videos were leaked, purportedly showing engagements with UAPs. But what was really unique about this is the first time in history there was no denial issued by the DoD or the Pentagon. No denial. Okay, the second part of the new era. Who else triggered it? It was an organization called To the Stars Academy, TTSA. It was formed by, it was actually 6 people, but the 4 primaries. Tom DeLonge, frontman from Blink-182 rock group. He got off the road. I think his wife kind of laid the line down with him and said, you either have to be a dad or you have to be a rock star, pick one. And he decided to be a dad, but he had a lifelong interest in UFOs. And so he started knocking on doors, he started asking questions, he used his influence, he got people to talk to him, and this gave him the idea to start this organization called TTSA. Who joins TTSA? Luis Elizondo, Chris Mellon. Chris Mellon was former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Intelligence to both the Clinton and Bush administrations. You don't get more high-powered than that. Steve Justice, former Director of Advanced Systems Development at Lockheed Martin, the Skunk Works. 2 other people that were kind of behind the scenes, Dr. Hal Puthoff and James Summervan. So now where they really came to the forefront of the UFO enthusiast interest area was they got History Channel to launch a program called Unidentified. And it really is quite interesting if you watch it. But what's really fascinating is in its first season, Unidentified had 19.1 million viewers. So the national interest in this subject was there. Okay, I'm really sorry you can't see this, but it's a picture of Will Smith and Tommy Lee Jones, Men in Black.
Oh, yeah.
And it says, we're from the government, we're here to help. That's actually not what anybody wants to hear. So now, the government gets involved in UAPs. Like I say, no denial. They decided they're going to come forward. And I'm going to cover all the things the government did because really this is groundbreaking. But first thing government does is it rebrands UFO to UAP. Why does it do that? Well, they wanted to move away from the historical stigma that's associated with the word UFO. Unfortunately, UFO became synonymous with flying saucer. But they needed something that had a much wider scope, so therefore they decided UAP, unidentified aerial phenomena. But then just like the government, they didn't agree on what UAP actually stood for. So we have UAP, unidentified aerial phenomena. We have UAP, unidentified aerospace phenomena. And finally the DoD and Congress decided on UAP, unidentified anomalous phenomena. And the reason why they settled on that was they consider it all domain, space, our atmosphere, as well as under the sea. Okay, I'm going to take you on a fast train ride through all the government activity. Keep in mind, this is unprecedented in history, this much government involvement in UFOs. Okay, hold on, here we go. April 23rd, 2019, the U.S. Navy drafts new guidelines for pilots to report UFOs, UAPs. September 19th, 2019, U.S. Navy confirms that the 3 F-18 camera videos released by the New York Times and Washington Post actually show unidentified aerial phenomena. June 17th, 2020, NDAA, which stands for National Defense Authorization Act 2021, signed by the 116th Congress, first inclusion of requirements requiring government organizations to actually study what they call advanced aerial threats, further defined as unidentified aerial phenomena. August 4th, 2020, the Pentagon, under growing pressure from Congress, establishes the Unidentified Aerial Phenomena Task Force, UAPTF. April 15th, 2021, the Defense Department confirms that leaked photos and video of unidentified aerial phenomena taken in 2019 are indeed legitimate images of unexplained objects. Photos and videos of triangle-shaped objects blinking and moving through the clouds were taken by Navy personnel. June 25th, 2021, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence submits to Congress a preliminary report regarding unidentified aerial phenomena. In the report, 144 sightings of UAP, only one could be identified. I don't know about you guys, do we have a better batting average in MUFON? June 25th, 2021, Deputy Secretary of Defense issues a memo directing the Office of the Undersecretary of Defense, you know, the blah, blah, blah names, to formalize the mission currently performed by UAPTF. That means UAPTF now gets personnel and now gets funding. The memo also makes it mandatory for U.S. government personnel must file UAP sighting reports within 2 weeks of the occurrence. How do you like that? Mandatory UAP reporting by the government. November 10th, 2021, Washington Cathedral event. Our Future in Space, Director of National Intelligence, Avril Haines, made the stunning admission that the extraterrestrial scenario has indeed been considered. November 23rd, 2021, Deputy Secretary of Defense directs the establishment of, oh, here we go, Airborne Object Identification and Management Synchronization Group, AOIMSG, which now means UAP means unpronounceable acronym from the Pentagon. December 7th, 2021, NDA 2022 for the next fiscal year, signed by the 117th Congress, includes a provision that mandates formal establishment of a federal office, organizational structure, and authorities to investigate unidentified aerial phenomena. May 17, 2022, a House Intelligence Subcommittee holds the first congressional hearing on UFOs in more than 50 years, with testimony from Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence and Security Ronald Moultrie and Deputy Director of Naval Intelligence for Scott Bray. By the way, I don't know if people know this, but Scott Bray, he's a submarine guy. That's what brings in the undersea element into the study of UAPs. July 15, 2022, the Deputy Secretary of Defense, in coordination with the Director of National Intelligence, expands the scope of the Airborne Object, blah, 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 AOIMSG group, and renames it the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or ARROW. Thank you for shortening that name. October 21st, 2022, NASA establishes the UAP Independent Study Team. I don't know if you noticed a couple days ago, public hearing by the NASA UAP IST. Very interesting stuff. Okay. December 23rd, 2022, NDA 2023 for the next fiscal year. Bill contains two main UAP-related provisions. Creation of a secure method for reporting UAP with essential witness protections, whistleblower protections, and continuation of support for the ARROW office. January 11, 2023, Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick becomes the head of ARROW. He briefs the Transportation Research Board on the UAP mission in civil aviation, identifies the aviation safety risk aspect of UAPs and the need for higher quality reporting processes. January 12, 2023, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence submits to Congress its second report. Late, it was due October of 2022, it doesn't come out to January 2023. 510 total UAP reports, 366 new since the last report. Of these reports, 26 are considered to have characteristics similar to drones or UAS, 163 were balloon-like entities, 6 were airborne clutter, 171 reported UAP sightings that remain uncharacterized and unattributed. February 4th, 2023, U.S. military shoots down a Chinese spy balloon, reopens the interest in further interest in UAPs. February 11th and 12th, 2023, U.S. military shoots down 3 unidentified aerial objects in North America, one over Alaska, another over northern Canada, one over the Great Lakes. Details are classified. February 13th, 2023, Biden orders a new government-wide effort to study unidentified aerial objects as the U.S. coordinates to collect and analyze debris from the downed objects. March 27th, 2023, Pentagon confirms it has photos or video footage of UFOs taken down over North America, but would not release them because they're still classified. April 19th, 2023, Senator Kirsten Gillibrand chairs an open hearing on UFOs, UAPs with Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, Director of Aero, and the Emerging Threats and Capabilities Subcommittee under the Senate Armed Services Committee. And if anybody watched that, it was very good. I know a lot of people claim they're nothing burgers because they don't hear what they want to hear, but it's very, very important to listen to what's actually being said in these testimonies. May 31st, 2023, NASA UAP-IST holds public meeting on categorizing and evaluating data of unidentified anomalous phenomenon. Okay, so that runs us through all the stuff on the government side. Huge. I mean, we haven't seen activity like that, not even during the Blue Book days, right? What else is going on outside the government but somewhat related? 2021 to 2023, scientists, engineers, academia, and science-based professional organizations interested in UAP actually begin to go public. It's like science finally gave everybody permission that we can start talking about this subject now. So this brings us to where we are today. And I'm going to try to describe this since it's really kind of a graphical thing. But I see the UFO subject matter categorizing into 3 groupings. So let's picture a pyramid with 3 subdivisions. The very top subdivision is the government. That middle subdivision is basically science and the academic community. And unfortunately, the bottom tier of that pyramid are the UFO organizations. So I'm going to try to kind of briefly run through who belongs to which group. Government, Department of Energy, Department of Defense, Department of Homeland Security, Defense Intelligence Agency, the Federal Aviation Administration, the CIA, the NOAA, National Oceanographic Atmospheric Administration. I included TTSA in that, not because TTSA still exists, they don't, but the principals within TTSA are working on another project, and they're all tied into the government. They all have ties to the government as well as active security clearances, and NASA. So who belongs in the scientific and academic group? The Scientific Coalition for UAP Studies, the Society for UAP Studies, Avilob's Galileo Project, UAPX, the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics, NARCAP. I put NARCAP kind of an overlap between the two, the National Aviation Reporting Center for Anomalous Phenomenon, Enigma Labs, one of the new players in the field, and then CSETI, the Center for, it's the study of extraterrestrial intelligence. Now, who belongs in the bottom tier ufology? Mutual UFO Network, National UFO Reporting Center, API, which is Aerial Phenomenon Investigations, QFOS, and there's actually probably about a dozen more of lesser, smaller groups. So now the relationships. Now, what kind of pains, those of us like, say, in MUFON, who for the last 45, 50 years have been collecting UAP reports, investigating UAP reports, and compiling all this data, to hear the scientific community and the government say, we need better data, we need more data, but at the same time, you're not looking at our data, that's tough. But the primary reason why the government is building the relationships with science and academia is many of the people in science and academia already have contracts with different government organizations. Also, a lot of people in the scientific and academic communities actually hold security clearances. So it does make sense that they're building those relationships first. And the question is, what can we do as ufologists, enthusiasts, and field investigators to elevate our organization so that we become part of this big conversation that's going on with groups like NASA and with Aero. So this new era that I talk about, what has it given us so far? I think one of the most important things we've gotten is the 5 observables. And if you watch, the Unidentified series, or if you're tuned in to TTSA, Lou Elizondo talks a lot about the 5 observables. So, what do we have? 1, anti-gravity. 2, instant acceleration and extreme maneuvering. 3, hypersonic speeds with signature management, i.e. going supersonic with no sonic booms. 4, low observability. In other words, no radar cross sections. These objects may show up on radar, they may not. Transmedium travel means they can perform in air, water, or space without an appreciable decline in performance. And then I add 1, a 6th observable, which is now coming into the forefront, courtesy of the government, is actually physiological and electromagnetic effects. So how is that affecting pilots, crews, people that have encounters with UAPs? The government is actually very interested in now looking at that aspect of the phenomenon. We've also got the focus of the scientific and technical communities now on new sensing and detection technologies. Just some examples: Skyview 360, MADAR, NexRad, UFO Data Acquisition Program, UFO Data, Blue Box. These are civilian developments. These are civilian products. You could have one in your house if you wanted to. I mean, obviously there's a cost, but we're starting to see a merging between civil technology and military technology, and actually all of these efforts are focused on UAP detection, so maybe they might even have a little bit of a lead on some of the general military sensors that Aero and NASA talk about. So how do we sense and detect and track the UAP phenomenon when it appears? And lastly, the legitimacy of the phenomenon by the DoD and other government agencies. Strangely, while we hear from the DoD, we hear from Congress, we hear from NASA, we don't hear from the Air Force. The Navy's all over this. But ironically, there's very little input that we're hearing publicly from the U.S. Air Force.
What about the Space Force?
Yeah, Space Force, that's interesting. We don't really hear much about what they're doing, but there's a lot of questions ever since that NASA hearing about what are Space Force sensors able to tell us relative to the phenomenon. So I think that's a discussion that's yet to really, we'll find out more about. I don't think there's a lot on the table right now. But Space Force, as soon as Space Force, I can tell you from my past experience, because I used to work in space hardware for L3Harris, as soon as Space Force was born, we got contracts to start developing platforms. So they have stuff, just how they're using it, they're not telling anybody. So, in summary, I contend that we're actually in a new era of UAP study now. Are we? What are your thoughts?
Marty, you mentioned that there was stuff that you heard at the hearings that you thought were important. You know, because people are saying that some of the hearings were nothing but the Senate hearing and the NASA hearing. What did you pick up that we should know about?
So, great question, Chris. So the question is, what did I pick up in some of these hearings and public testimonies that are worthwhile? And I think a couple of things. So the first, the Bray and Moultrie testimony, you sent 2 guys in there that really had a lot of what we call plausible deniability. They weren't well briefed on the subject matter, and they really put constraints on what they were going to talk about. They were going to talk about 2004 to the present. They were asked questions about, historical, more notable UAP type events, the Maelstrom incident, things like that. And these guys just didn't have, a clue about what they were being, asked about. What's really valuable about that whole hearing was the fact that everything in that hearing is public, it's on public record, and it opens the door to further discussions. Now, fast forward to the NASA public briefing that we just had. What are some of the things that we learned? Number one, NASA is only looking at unclassified data. So now as a MUFON member, or a NUFORC member, or another UFO organization member, who holds all the unclassified UFO report data? We do, right? We got 200,000 total sighting reports between like NUFORC and MUFON, right? I think MUFON's got like 118,000, NUFORC's got like 80-something thousand. Who's looking at that data? Well, NASA hasn't looked at that data, but other organizations have looked at that data. Other organizations are now looking to apply AI algorithms to now sort through that data, because that data comprises everything from hoaxes to really gold nugget sightings, multi-sensor, multi-location, multi-witness type sightings. 5 minutes? Okay, thanks. Thank you. So what they're able to do is they're trying to use AI algorithms to sort out the gold nugget sightings, because the gold nugget sightings in these databases are really what NASA wants, or what Aero wants on the civilian side of the coin. They don't really want the whole population, because they simply don't have the resources to analyze it and look through it all. So they're like, give me the best of what you've got. And one of the I guess the challenges that the organizations face right now is they've been great collecting data, putting it in databases, MUFON, NUFORC, they've got great databases, but getting that gold nugget data out of those databases has proven to be a challenge. So they're working on that. But I think we have so many people now breaking this whole subject of interest open that we're in for some exciting times, I think, going forward. We're going to see more public discourse on this. We're going to see more public briefings. Is it disclosure? At what point, who's going to have disclosure? I mean, there's people theorizing that disclosure is going to come from France first. It might actually come from France, so who knows?
Were all of the congressional hearings public?
Yes and no. So what they do is they usually have 2 hearings. They usually have a closed-door session so they can discuss the classified aspects. Essentially, you have to go into a SCIF, a controlled area for classified information. And then they have a public element of it. Now, what was interesting about the latest one with Senator Gillibrand was they actually did it in reverse. They had the public portion after the classified section. So if you listen to that hearing, you'll note that it's very scripted. It's very on point with its messaging. It doesn't deviate from the messaging that they want the public to have. But it's still very beneficial for the fact that we're having the discussion at all. It just widens that door a little bit wider, and more people are talking about it. More things are becoming public records. I think we're in for some exciting times in the future.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe I saw that NASA also acknowledged the metallic orbs. I think I saw that was something sent to, and I noticed that I think someone tried to bring up Go Fast, but there's no word.
Right. Great point. So the metallic orbs was actually talked to by Kirkpatrick, who's head of Aero.
That's right,
The important point was he acknowledged they're seeing them all around the globe.
Right, exactly.
I mean, so that's a gold nugget right there.
Exactly, yeah.
Go Fast, the underwater stuff, still they want to keep that, on a close hold.
Right.
Yep, good point. I'm done. Thank you.
I'm still awesome. How have you been? I haven't seen you in a year.
Always busy. You know that.
I know.
Going back to Roswell.
Really?
So I'll probably be super busy. And between us here, I'm all you.
Okay.
The Roswell Daily Record.
But at some point, I
Bring
looked
a show
at
to you.
Wonderful.
Told you that was right.
there's a short.
He's the one who's putting that together in 3 weeks.
And I don't know if there's any other speakers.
But he's got
Nope, there's all different.
I don't want you to show. Stop.
It's,
Doesn't
I
make
can
sense.
show.
When you're ready, stop. A lot of stuff goes on. But anyway,
Then
we'll have to
there's
make
probably don't care.
trying,
No, I said to that we're not going to hypnosis.
You know, I was here.
Body spirit. Oh, I thought that was
Trust me, she knows. This, I didn't know about this. I didn't know that the monitors were not going to be here. Because he said this is an outdoor event, it's free, you know. But it was always every year that there was monitors.
Oh, that's the gazebos.
right.
I
Right.
know.
Yeah.
Preparing the name to recognize the name.
I'm running all over.
That's great.
Okay.
Thank you, Bill.
You're
Okay.
welcome.
So, you let me know what you want to do.
What's up, everybody?
I want to.
Yes, we are live here underneath the tent, adjacent to the Pine Bush Museum. So I forgot my cord to my power bank to the laptop. So I just had, see, it's great to have good friends. They ran to the store for me to buy an extension cord, which is running into a shed over there. So I'm able to power my laptop. Otherwise, we would be stopping the stream. Is anybody in here watching? Let's see if there's anything in chat going on.
No, we're.
What's up, Charles? I'm old. Mira.
But Linda
Anybody
does a
else?
show called UFO Headquarters.
And we have a few other speakers here, so tune in, stay tuned. There's more to come. I think there may be some music coming out. And this is, I am not even going to try to pronounce. I didn't feel like no blanks, whatever did I go on. I'm also a program director.
Alright, so are you doing your thing here? You just wander and then when you meet up again.
Big event. We were just there for the UFO expo.
Half an hour.
In March. I know you're part of the control station.
Okay? Alright.
But it's your show, I may call you, contact you. Awesome. So I am going to, I'm streaming this live. So I'm streaming all that. What a great idea. All right, so it was a pleasure meeting you all. And have a is it on Main Street or is it away? Oh,
There's a freaking amazing Mexican truck out there. And if you find a menu blonde with a
I definitely will.
and you can't forget,
Well, listen, you guys have a great one. All right, so we're going to show the performance. Mom, what is it? I'm very busy. Well, come hang out here with Chris DePerno. Chris is here. He's sitting right here. He's right here. Come back to the tent. Hang out with Chris. And you, come on. Come back to the tent. Where you just were. Where at practice. Where are you now? Where are you? And all you want to do is your way. Where are you? Right? So now are you by the tent with Captain Martin and Travis? Just like. Oh, I'll be right there. Bye. can't. I'm too busy. But anyway, you guys, this is a performance. I'm gonna tilt the camera here now, so you can see them do their performance. For real. All right, I'll be back because I gotta find Mom. So enjoy the entertainment. This should be really cool. So stand by.
Okay.
That's where they learned how to fuck. Oh, no. I just see that. Hey, this thing would be
No, I said I would take
Where are you? 3 miles.
yes.
All right, well.
Yep, right over there. Yep. Yeah, my mom was
all right.
What? Like, did I butt dial? Sorry. Did I butt dial? I must have. All right, okay, man.
You probably booked a trip to Israel every 5 years. You can't live on that. You can't live on that. So really, and truly,
Testing 1, 2.
He's silent. He's silent about it.
Testing 1, 2.
Always, yeah, because everything's whatever they can get. Oh, exactly. Listen, let me tell you. You married her because nothing less.
Testing 1, 2.
She married you because it was nothing less than less. Okay?
Testing 1, 2.
You still live with your mother. And you still. Oh no, I think they got it.
goings on to me. Slingers got folks living here. Yeah, my people just released this incredible summer that we asked about and they know. Elvis was a scouting party from outer space. I went to the save of golden race. CBC, you know me, shake, 'cause if I want to sleep by myself, looking for something, feel love. Sometimes the tides got me low, so I go back and lay on that couch tonight, my worries and babe. Nothing but love ever seems to go away. So I put stash now out in the way. I put stash now out in the way. I put stash now out in the way.
That's why.
Say BC, moving job, as a phone wall, sleep by yourself. Looking for something to help me feel nothing. Sometimes the tides get me low. All back to see all this bed that I'm making a dream about worries and when the love ever seems to go away, yeah. So I put it, stash my mind away. I put it stashing on hiding away. Stashing on hiding away.
UFO Fest. I'm happy to be home. Hope I see my dad today. I don't know if you see him. If you see him, tell him I'm ready to go home. Been here long enough. Seen some shit, figured some stuff out, and I'm ready to go back. Anyway, thanks for inviting me out. Kazamoon, this is my dear friend Dave Kelly. We're just a couple wanderers. We like to go out and share our music with people in hopes that maybe you like a song or two that we have to offer you. I'm gonna play a couple more, and then I'm gonna give the microphone up to my friend here because we got an hour split, right?
Just about.
All right, I'll do like 2 more. And then what is it?
What is it?
This is a little song called Way We Way. It's about just enjoying the people you're with because you're with them, they're here, they're healthy, and we're alive, and living good.
So thank you.
Shall mean the names and stuff. Taking shelter from false beliefs. Gracious gods and hidden schemes. Answers meant to pacify. Out of the endless void became grand design without a name. Sandy safe to build the lies. Explaining why we live and die. Vicious cycle pointlessness. Broke our minds question this. I'll find a record is not existent. Chaos is the only
You? We ran each other way. Oh, hey. Occasionally brings you up. Wondering which of the buggers to play. Watching for pigs on the way.
I don't know the lyrics in the second half of that song. It's a Beatles song called Hide Your Love Away. We'll play one more, then I'm going to get the heck out of here and let Faith Kelly rock the show. So I have 143 songs, and Faith Kelly's got like 17 albums in her head. You want to hear something fast or something slow and mellow? I'm going to play one more. Fast, something fast?
Fast?
Oh, yeah.
Jazzy. Oh, shit.
Jazzy. That's more than 2 chords.
I know later on they sing this.
If you want jazz, you got to go. Hal Galper's playing over at Rafters Tavern. He knows more than 3 chords.
We'll keep it interesting. Keep it weird.
The song I named after a beer brewed at the Catskill Brewery called Devil's Path. It has nothing to do with the beer. I just happened to be drinking the beer when I finished the song. But I would trouble not to see that once it's broken me, chasing my heart, taking away from my friends, that's not my goal. Yes, you can. These are Faith Kelly and I's favorite kind of shows, by the way. I'm bound to a world that I can't leave, renounce my own humanity. My praise fell on the deaf, God's ears, and I'll never see heaven, I fear. The simple choice that I once embraced, gave all that launched back in the stairs. Wings of dawn with my head held high, too proud to bleed, too strong to die. Looks it out till it's a change. They were traveling under the world's way. Some places, everywhere I see two faces. Some of you while the other condemn. Some of them I call my friends. I paint the bullseye on my back, so you won't miss me when you stab. Now I sit play the beach inside behind that long I come on my heart's way, nail into many fits of rain. This one over at the stone, this house somehow they take control. Can't allow no pain to cease the savage rhythm that my heart beats. Oppositions once a year, all is us, but I feel that the bastards are lost. Focus lives in pain with good intent. Swear all your dreams are safe. Misery finds your heart that yearns. Smokes the fire while wishes burn. A lot of words in that song.
We're gonna slowly transition to my portion of the set. And I just released an album a few days ago. This is a song for that. It's called Amazing. I have to do this for historical documentation. This is a real sighting.
Thank you again.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
What's it looking like now? It's all around us, town, but you don't know how. It's rearranging, looking up and going on down. It's amazing, tell what it's all about. What's it looking like now? It's all around us, town, but you don't know how. It's rearranging, moving up and going on down. It's amazing, taking off and throwing out the ground. What's it looking like now? It's all around us, told, but you don't know how. It's rearranging, looking up and going on down. It's amazing, taking off and throwing out the crowd. Please hold. Living the good life. Is it alright? Feel okay. We're not gonna take it. I've been screaming that for living the good life. Is it alright? Feel okay. We're not gonna take it. Screaming that century.
Yeah, no. Go to mama. Right here. No. Go to mama. I'll do it.
And it's not easy to believe all that you can't Yeah, know that you can be crazy, crazy. Yeah, know that you can be. Living the good life. Is it alright? That's very nice. The Moog gets one solo in the show, so that's good. It's not so complicated, it's just complicated. It's not what it seems that it is, exactly what it is. Cooking and cleaning, singing and screaming. Thinking our messes and cleaning them up with I know, doesn't seem so. I know, doesn't seem so. I know, it doesn't seem so. You know, truth what you know. It's not so complicated, it's just complicated. It's not what it seems that it is, exactly what it is. It's not so complicated, it's just complicated. And it's the story of the year. Did y'all hear? Hear that it's not like any other day to say we're okay. I'm not okay. You're not okay. Yeah, it ain't okay. Yeah, 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 yeah. And it's a story of the hair, got a girl hand down with a piece of chin and might she'll break your little soul. You know that they are all present and we are dressing on and on and on and on and on and on and on. And down, and down, 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 down. And it's the story of the year. Did y'all hear? That goes and a witch walking hand in hand with a boy out smoking to your soul. You know that it is love catching up with an old friend you never met. You know I love you so. Oh, 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 there's no truth for changing. There's no truth for changing. There's no truth for changing. Just like that, we got things that are over. There's no truth for changing. There's no truth for changing. There's no truth for changing. Just like that, we got things that are over. There's no truth for changing. There's no truth for changing. There's no truth for changing. Just like that, we got things that are over. No truth for changing. There's no truth for changing. There's no truth for changing. Just like that, the updates are over. Looking back, I could go forward, we knew it was special. Mortgages are getting serious. There's no stopping, can't stop rocking, boys, take a shot. There's truth for changing. Just like that, the dumb days are over. There's no truth for changing. There's no truth for changing. There's no truth for changing. Just dumb days are over. There's no truth for changing. There's no truth for changing. There's no truth for changing. Just like that, the dumb days are over. Well, I guess I'll give you a little bit of context. So I got this screaming Appalachian girl. Awesome. I got tired of my shoe. I was very nervous running. Holy crap. I could trip and fall. Anyways, my name is Faith Kelly. Me and my friend Casimir, we play a lot of shows around here. We're from the Catskills, and I'm originally from Pennsylvania, the Appalachians. So it's a little freaky out there. We're really happy to be here. I want to thank Keith over here at Soulshine. We wouldn't be out here in Pine Bush if you didn't give us a chance to come play a show at the market. So definitely go check that out. And now we keep coming out to Pine Bush. So we're playing a few of the farmers markets. I forget the exact dates, but keep an eye on the schedule. I know this farmers market, we're going to be playing it twice before we go out west to play another big thing. Anyways, we are going back to Roswell. We've been there. We met them. It was very fun. They're also in Bisbee. They're also in Corpus Christi. They're actually everywhere. It's pretty cool. Anyways, I ran out of cards. My name's Faith Kelly. You can find Faith Kelly Art online if you want to stay in touch. Very active on there, Casimir. And I got these CDs up here. They're basically free. If you want to put money in the little tour van, it goes directly into our actual tour van, but just take the CDs. I'd like for you to have them. Anyways, I want to play, what time is it? How much time are we doing? Okay, great, perfect. I want to play 2 small songs, and they're from my first album, For Fuck's Sake. That's not a cuss word. It's an old Irish saying that could be used on any occasion under any explanation. It's like, oh, well, look at that light in the sky, for fuck's sake. You're like, oh, my dog shit on the floor, for fuck's sake. So these are 2 songs from that. Goes like this. Hope when there is no hope. There is hope when there is no hope. Shall we dream? Shall we dream? Shall we dream? Shall we dream? There is love when there is no love. There is love when there is no love. Shall we dream? Shall There is faith when there is no faith. There is faith when there is no faith. How we dream, how we dream, how we dream. How we dream. There is peace when there is no peace. There is peace when there is no peace. How we dream. How we dream. How we dream. How we dream. Part 2. There is more when there is no more. There is more when there is no more. How we dream. 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 I went down to the valley and beyond to the hollow, took the path all the way down to the bottom of the woods. Saw the toad pond in the fox in the meadow, said hello to my dear friends and big bear neighbors, and went home up that hill. Smell that honeysuckle chill. Sunny days, dream away. Sunny days, dream away. Now we're out to my car and beyond to my day job, took the road all the way down to my personal house. Saw the man traffic straight in that fence. That changes getting nowhere quicker for getting the reasons they left home. Up that hill, now that honeysuckle chill. Sunny days, dream away. Sunny days, dream. That's it for Cosmo. We will be at Shine Fest on, it's June what? 17th? Thank you. There's a lot of numbers in my head.
17th in Boldville, and we'll also be at the farmers market. Thank you guys for having us. And cool. You have to stay in touch. I'm faithfully on Instagram, East Casimir. We'll be around. We wander everyone.
Check this. All right, we got more speakers coming up next, so just tune in and we'll continue the live coverage. Check. So there's a lot of people. There are thousands of people walking up and down that street. You have no idea. Tonight, Travis already sold all his books. Already, it's early, but he's taking mail orders. Kathleen Martin is there, of course. Tom, they're all sitting right in front of the museum. Bob Spearing's going to be speaking. There's going to be a few more speakers out here. Then we're going to move over to the community center where they're going to have it live tonight for speakers. But that's with Kathleen, Travis, and Tom, and Bill Wine.
Check.
Yeah, right?
So I showed earlier, I'm right up to the camera. I showed earlier the baby, Keith. Kira was here with the baby. That's when I was moving the camera around to show you the baby. So I'll try to, because I'm connected with so many cables here, it's insane to stream live. The laptop is fine, all the equipment is good. 5%, which is good. I would love to stream the camera, but my power bank, and I don't want to, but I'll do it later. I'll go up and down the street and I'll show you live, because I can do that. So we'll do that later. Yo. Now, like I said, I would love to swing it. Chris DePerno's right behind me. Mom is here, sitting in the front. I'm gonna try to turn the camera on the tripod. Oh shit! I gotta be careful with cables. So here's the crowd. Are we still live? Yeah, we're good. I have a lot of cables here. But see can you see the street? There's a lot of people here. Wait. That's Steve Bonds, great guy. It's Bob Spearing over there. Chris DePerno's out of the picture.
Thank you so much.
He's a filmmaker, writer. We stayed over last night. We had a great time. Went to the airport together. We had a goof. We did. All right, next speaker's about to go on, so I'm going to sit back and be quiet.
Hello, the long-awaited batteries are now here. So, hi, my name's Jen Vivian, and I'm here to talk to you a little bit about hypnosis and how it can provide more information, and in this case, specifically about UFO encounters. So, has anybody ever felt like they might have had a UFO encounter or a sighting of something unusual? Anybody? Yeah, maybe. Has anybody ever experienced hypnosis before? All right. So these might seem like they're diverged topics, but they're actually really complementary. And I'm going to share the best I can what the slide presentation was going to have. So just imagine that behind me, there's a wall that says, "What is hypnosis?" Okay. And so first off, hypnosis is so natural that most people don't even realize that they do it every single day, multiple times. So when you fall asleep at night, you are going into a different brainwave state. And in the morning, when you're waking up, you are also changing brainwave states. And the deepest brainwave state where you are sleeping, delta, might not have any kind of information for us. That is yet to be examined. That is actually being researched right now. But the theta wave state is where we recollect our dreams. That is the place where our brain is doing dreaming. Our brains don't sleep. Our brains don't need to sleep. Our brains are constantly processing information that we experience throughout the day. So when we're falling asleep, we're falling into a space out, sort of like a trance sort of thing. And you guys all do this. You're probably doing it right now. You do it when you're watching TV. You do it when you're driving. You do it, like, it just comes in and out. And I promise you that there's nothing unusual or wrong about that. There's not a single person who can hold their attention exactly, precisely for more than 60 seconds. This has been documented. This has been studied. So what I'm doing as a hypnotist is to provide a situation where we can say, we're going to do this now. That's the only difference. You're already equipped to do it. Now, what in the world is this going to be helpful for? In terms of people that have trauma from childhood, they frequently are unable to access all the information that they need to understand and be able to grow from a situation.
And hypnosis allows you to kind of peel back layers and get into that really comfortable place where you can talk about these things. Now, that is also true of any other experience you have ever had. So for a lot of people who have had an experience that doesn't make a lot of sense, let's call it a ghost, paranormal, UFO, extraterrestrial, energy that just doesn't make sense, coincidences, that sort of thing is something that you can peel back layers in a hypnosis session and be able to understand more, extrapolate more. And why? Why would you do that? Why? Does anybody know why? Why would you want to know more about something that was really traumatizing? Just any guesses would be great. I love guesses. Yeah. To process it. And what would the processing do for you? Oh, yeah. $9,000 to the lady with the polka dots. Oh my gosh. You let it go. You forgive. You reduce what it means to you. Okay? You make that gigantic monster in your mind become nothing, and then you're just like, oh, I don't need that anymore. Okay? That is actually like the whole source of the work I do as a hypnotist, is to help people let things go. And for people who have had experiences that they didn't feel comfortable with, lots of people have had those. Lots of people have, especially in terms of something that's not in your day-to-day experience, it doesn't make sense. You can mask it with something else and say, oh, that didn't really happen. And then walk on. And sometimes those things, you know, I didn't see too many people. I saw fewer people raise their hands when I asked if they had a UFO encounter than I'd expected. And I got to be honest, I wonder if some people might have seen something before and then just like, no, I just like my eyes blinked or something. I've done that. And then later been told, I think you saw something. Okay. So, any questions about how we get into hypnosis? Anybody have a wonder, like why on the world, how do you do that? Any questions? Okay. So what we do is we make sure somebody feels very comfortable first. Okay, so I guide them and talk to them so that they can relax their conscious mind. Okay, we all have a conscious mind. Guess what we also all have? A connection to higher consciousness. We all are connected. All of us are connected right now and always. And we are always, regardless of your feeling of what you believe or how much you tap into it conscientiously, you are connected to higher consciousness. What on earth would you want to be connected to higher consciousness for? There's so much information. There's so very much valuable information that your higher consciousness is always sending to you. And when you are in connection with that, you are finding the right flow for you, okay? That flow may look different for you from your neighbor, and that's okay. When you're following what your higher consciousness is talking to you about doing, when you're tapping in and you're really feeling it, you're going to make right decisions for yourself. That's going to allow you to live healthy. Your physical being will be healthier. Your emotional being will be healthier. Your mental being will be healthier. This all translates to deeper spiritual awareness. Okay? And it doesn't have to be the goal. You don't have to come in and say, I really want to be spiritually aware. Doesn't matter. Let's say that you have cancer and you really are done. You really don't want it anymore, but you don't know what to do and you're so sick. What can you do? You can actually process it emotionally, because not only do we all have higher consciousness, we also are constantly being guided. And when we don't listen, those guidances get louder and louder and louder to a point where physical pain starts to occur. Okay? When physical pain starts to occur, you start to be uncomfortable, and that's when you can start listening. That's when it's you're like, your red flag, I need to listen, I need to listen. Well, guess what happens when you have some sort of paranormal experience? It's also your consciousness talking to you. It is a sign. It is something that is, the universe has deemed that you can handle this as a sign that's going to give you information that you need for the present time. The more that you listen to those signs, the easier things become. This is a little funny because I'm doing this with a whole bunch of stuff in my hands, and you're not seeing any of it. So bear with me for a moment. Any other questions so far?
I guess more of something that's always fascinating is the I've always read the Betty and Barney Hill incident, that seemed like hypnosis related into massive parties of stuff that actually was revealed in that.
Thank you for asking that. Hypnosis has the capacity to reveal so much information, and one of the proponents of using hypnosis for understanding what happened in situations like Betty and Barney Hill was Dolores Cannon. And some people, I was just speaking with somebody from MUFON who is familiar. Dolores Cannon, before she passed, was working deeply with the UFO organizations in this country, and she was speaking all over the world. And she understood that despite whatever she wanted to believe about the world, what's happening is happening, and she wanted to help people work through it. So she helped, that is an example of how in that situation, it's by far the best documented, right? But there are so many that haven't been exposed also, primarily because there's a taboo around for some people. They just don't feel ready. They don't know if they can. And if you know somebody where they fit that category, again, hypnosis could be a really good way to gather that, because information comes through in a quieter state of mind where they don't have the same kind of oh my God, aliens, that kind of trip of fear jumping in. They can let go of it because in the hypnosis session, you talk about your whole life story. You talk about all the things that have gone through, your life story. I mean, it can take a couple hours, so it's pretty in depth. And when we get into the hypnosis and they get deep enough into it, they go first from the beta state, which we are all happily here and aware that we are here. We are in beta state right now. That's the brainwave state we're in right now. When you go into sort of like a space out, that's like kind of a light alpha state. When you close your eyes and lay down, before you've done anything, like 10 seconds, you're in alpha state. Okay, that's the trance state. That's the lightest form of trance. If I wanted to do a group regression session for you right now, which I could, but I'm not going to because it's a little bit longer than 30 minutes, you would all close your eyes sitting there where you are, and you would be able to be in alpha state having the experience that you need to have. And you could you could get something from it, and in varying degrees. So for some people, at the right time, they're really open, and boom, something jumps right in. And it really does depend. Depends on the timing. It depends on the person. What are you ready for? Your higher consciousness, all-knowing, knows exactly how much you can handle at any given point. It will never give you more than you can handle. And that's one thing that I like to tell people who are a little afraid, who have some fear about any aspect of it, the fear of being hypnotized and like going crazy wacko, quacking chicken or something like that. Or the fear of I'm going to find out maybe what happened when I got abducted. Oh my God, I don't want to do that. Well, those kinds of experiences feel a lot less fearful when you're in this kind of controlled environment where you're relaxed and your brainwave state recedes into the alpha state. Then, once you're in the alpha state, that's about as far as you would go in a regression session with a group. because with beta level, like the deepest level of hypnosis that Dolores Cannon learned by herself how to put people into, by going into that deepest level of trance, you can uncover so much more. And it's very important to be in an individual controlled environment where, you know, there will be no interruptions. There won't be food smells from the fair behind you, and you know, lots of extra environmental aspects to it. Yeah. Question.
What's your take on the claims that hypnosis plant memories?
That it can do what?
It can actually plant memories.
Oh, okay. Well, the question is, what's my take on the idea that hypnosis can plant ideas or memories? I'm glad I had that exchange, because that just changed what I understood about your question. So this is a beautiful question. When we go into hypnosis, you get into contact with your higher consciousness, and you get a recording after your session you get to listen to, and you leave. That's not the end. That's the end of what you're doing with a practitioner. That is the beginning of your quest. That's the beginning. So what happens after that? Hi. What happens is we start to have remembrances, as you kind of described. Yeah. I wouldn't call it planting memories, but maybe that would be a way someone could describe it. That you start to feel things differently. You see things differently. You notice things differently. What I always tell clients when they're leaving a hypnosis session is, my work is finished here, but your work has just started. Listen to your recording over and over and over, because each time you listen to that recording, first off, that recording is gold. Gold, I tell you. When you listen to it, the first time you're probably dealing with like, oh, my voice, I didn't know I sounded like that. And then you listen to it the second time and you're like, oh, I didn't realize I said that. And then the third time and the fourth time, you start to notice different themes come through. You start to notice different, you start to become more aware of situational things maybe in your current life. And then you start to translate what you are understanding and learning from that recording, listening and listening and listening, to your outside environment. And your outside environment begins to reflect new things to you. You might notice some symbols. You might notice coincidences. We say with quotation marks because there are no coincidences. Everything is planned. Everything is happening for you the way that you wanted it to be, okay? There are no victims and there are no coincidences. You chose your life. And the sooner and the more that you embrace that, the more that you take that in, the more empowered you are, and the more you take out, you release whatever is not your truth, and you go with what is your truth, and things get so much smoother and so much more clear to you. And during that process, that's a huge washing out process, okay? That's like a huge, I don't know, it could take as long, it could take a year, it could take 2 years, it could take a month, it could take maybe a week if somebody's just gonna go straight down and get it all figured out right away. But it usually takes a few months, okay? Maybe a year or two, or maybe longer. And there's no judgment about how long these things take. You know, we're all doing the right thing for ourselves right now. We're all on the path that we chose. So once we get there, these ideas, these remembrances, these memories that Marty, right, said, asked about, you know, are they being planted? I would like to say that you're starting to receive more information. And hypnosis opens you up to receiving. So those types of things start to come in after you've done that whole fleshing out process of your emotional being, and really are grounded in self-empowerment.
I was just wondering, in the past I've tried to get hypnotized, but other than the hypnosis that I'm in all the time, right? And I never was able to have any success with it. I like, whatever reason.
How long was your session? I'm curious.
Like a half an hour.
Okay, great. So I have something to say about that. Some people go very easily into a light state of trance. I'm gonna just re-ask the question so everybody knows the framework we're hearing. So I've been asked about having trouble getting into hypnosis, feeling like you can't get hypnotized. And the question I asked is, how long was your session? And she said it was a half hour. So in my feeling, you're only going to go to the lightest state of trance in a half hour. You're going to get some information, but it's not going to be super deep. So the reason why I embrace Dolores Cannon's technique completely, it's called Quantum Healing Hypnosis Technique, or QHHT for short. Dolores Cannon also wrote over 20 books. Several of you would probably find some of those very interesting because she wrote every single one of her books based on her clients' sessions. Okay, and those sessions sometimes were 7 hours long. And she would say that 5 hours was a short session for her. Okay, so a session in her technique is 5 to 7 hours. And when you get to a point where your conscious mind has had a chance to fully relax, and then you can go into that alpha state easily, the theta state deeply and easily comes in. It's like butter. It just relaxes you. And that would be my feeling for you, that if you took a longer session and you had the interest in it, you could find more information. Now, I don't know, who is this good for? Who's hypnosis good for? I mean, honestly, anybody can be hypnotized, but the people who are going to get the most value from it is if there's something that you want to change, if there's something that, so like say something in your life you want to change, or something about yourself that you want to change, those types of questions are the ones that will be the best fuel or catalyst for the most valuable experiences. Say you're going in for, let's just say you wanted to go in out of curiosity. You might have a great experience, but usually curiosity isn't quite enough to carry you through. And to be very honest, there's so many people that, I mean, if you really tap into whatever kind of emotional pain or trauma you've had, I know that this sounds kind of like, what? I want to know about my UFO encounter. But if you tap into and flesh out your emotional pain first and let that go, it opens you up to see more. It's just really cleansing and clearing. And I can't imagine now on the other side of, the training that I did to be here and be able to talk about this type of hypnosis. I wouldn't want to do it unless I had something I really wanted to deeply change. I
got a question. I've had numerous lucid dreams involving extraterrestrials. Is this something you would recommend to separate what possibly could be just simply a dream? You think it would be helpful as a resource to find out if it's something more?
Absolutely. The question is would this technique, would hypnosis be helpful for people having lucid dreams? And in this case, the gentleman has had lucid dreams about extraterrestrials. Yes, absolutely. You can find out more about that. And what will you find out? Well, it doesn't stop at the session. You go through the whole process of the session. And what's really great, these sessions are really designed to only happen once. Like, you can have more if you want to, but you can have one session and get everything you want from it, because it puts you in the position to take everything in and be a fully, I keep saying self-empowered, even if I want to say something else, a self-empowered human. It brings you to that point. And when you are completely in your own power, something like lucid dreams and that kind of engagement you're having with extraterrestrials starts to make a bigger connection for you. And you can maybe, even if you're having lucid dreams, there's somebody like that, you might even be able to start connecting with them in a different way, Something really important I do want to say, Dolores had thousands of sessions, thousands of clients. And something that was resounding that I personally had a hard time believing this. It took me a while. But after reading all of her books and just understanding how trustworthy she is and well-researched, not a single person who she went through the process with ever ended up having a negative experience, okay? Even if they were scared, even if they thought it was a negative experience, what she discovered was actually these extraterrestrial experiences that people had. While sometimes, they might be people, or let's just say beings, that might take the brusque approach. And if you're familiar with what grays are like, sometimes they're a little impersonal. Well, they don't mean to be scary. They just didn't really get the memo on social, just politeness. So what's going on really is they're very loving, and they want to help you, and they want to care for you, and they want to send you messages. They want to give you messages of hope and joy. That's what's going on. That is the resounding answer she has had from all of the sessions she wrote books on. You can go find them. You can find her research. It's thorough and it's incredible.
You mean with the UFOs?
Yes, with the UFO experiencers, with those who she had so many sessions. She didn't write books about all of them. She picked and chose. She had so much material, and she died while she was still publishing material. So it's tons of information. But the great thing is that she also was guided by her clients when they were deep in the session. Sometimes they were guided by their higher consciousness to say to her, while they're deep in hypnosis, you need to teach a class. You need to teach this technique to people because you have way too long a waiting list. She had a 5 to 10 year waiting list at one point. And she started telling other people about her technique, and then ends up now there are thousands of practitioners in the world because of her, just her technique. That I'm not talking about any other kind of hypnosis. I know there's lots of kinds that, they're stop smoking and lose weight and those things. Those are different types. It's a lighter state and it's programmed. Okay, it's a different experience. In this type of experience, it's whatever you bring in, no questions are off the table. You can absolutely ask anything you want to. Anything. So physical, emotional, relationship, career, extraterrestrials, paranormals, why am I psychic, all that stuff. Yeah. All right. I've talked for a while. Any questions? Recently, wait, do I have time? Okay, so this is going to wrap up super quick. I recently, I just got back from Egypt 2 weeks ago with a group of QHHT practitioners who all have a meditation and spiritual practice individually. We didn't know each other. We met in Egypt, okay? And we went to, I can't even tell you how many sacred temples. I'm going to guess 10. And pyramids. And we did intentions and activations and meditations at all of these places. And it was really phenomenal and life-changing. And toward the very end, we were at the Great Pyramid, and it was nighttime, the very final night. And I laid back on the patio, and I looked up, and I was like, this pyramid, it's been talking. I feel like it's talking to me. So I looked up in the sky, and I see 2 lights. And from what I understand, when you see a light that's not blinking, that looks more like a star, that might be something. I saw 2, and they were moving in different directions. And then one of them changed to a 90-degree angle. It was like this, and then it went like that. So, and then they stopped and hovered. So I have no idea what I was watching, but they were over the pyramids. And when you're in the middle of desert in Egypt, and there's not that much going on, it really stands out. So I was really, really thankful to get an experience like that. because I feel like now I can share something that some of you have also experienced. So thank you so much. My name again is Jen Vivian. You can find me at qhhtbrooklyn.com, and I'll be around. Thank you very, very much.
Anytime? Oh, yes. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for coming to Pine Bush. My name is Chris DePerno. I'm the Mutual UFO State Director for New York. And I'm not speaking today. However, I'm going to introduce the speaker to you because you have got, your mouth's going to drop open when this guy talks. He is probably one of the top ufologists in the world. Yeah, when the expert needs information, they call Bob Spearing. When people need to know the facts about ufology, they call Bob Spearing. He is probably one of the best there is when it comes to this subject. He's been on Ancient Aliens, he's been on the Travel Channel, he's been on numerous radio shows, and he is probably one of the best there is when it comes to this subject. When MUFON has a case that they have problems with, or they need somebody to really delve into it, they call Bob Spearing. So ladies and gentlemen, please, he's the International Director for the Mutual UFO Network. He's a great friend of mine, and he is just an amazing person. Bob Spearing.
There you go.
Hi, everybody. I'd like to thank the town of Pine Bush, the museum, Lance, Chris, and everybody else involved for having me on. Bill from KGRA. My background is I went to Fordham University. I majored in journalism, creative writing, film production, subliminal advertising, propaganda, and public opinion. And the way I got into MUFON was that I had a lifelong love of UFOs. When I was a child, in November of 1965, we had the Great Northeastern Blackout that took out all of the power from Quebec down to Virginia. I was 6. The next morning, my uncle came over saying they think it was UFOs that did it. And there were 7 reports that night near the Clay Power Station at Niagara Falls, where instance before the power went out, these UFOs were seen. So I was hooked as a child. I used to buy the Gold Key UFO comic books. In the 70s, I bought Saga UFO magazine. And in the 80s, I had my first sighting. It was an orb. I was at a remote location camping in Round Valley Reservoir in upper New Jersey. And it was raining heavily. I was sitting on an overturned canoe looking out at the lake, and I saw a pink star coming towards me. And I was with somebody else, so I know it wasn't an optical illusion. All of a sudden, this orb began making incredible maneuvers, and then after about 3 minutes, it shot off at speed of light. And I didn't know it, but in 2013, somebody wrote a book on that exact phenomenon, orange orb phenomenon. And nobody is quite sure what it is, and some of it may be weather phenomena, and some of it may actually be cloaked spherical craft of an unknown nature that wrap themselves in plasma in order to avoid detection by radar, because plasma will absorb radar. My second experience was on a train going towards North New Jersey, where I saw a sphere pacing the train maybe half a mile out, 1,500 feet up. And it was just going 60 miles an hour. The third weirdest experience I ever had was I was coming back from Quebec. I was going through the Adirondacks, which is sort of like a dead zone on your way to Lake Placid. And I came to a clearing. I'm the only one on the road. And off to my right, there was a sheer cliff. And I saw this giant, it looked like a tank. It was the size of 2 tractor trailers together. It had like triangular wheels. And it was climbing straight up the cliff. I made a U-turn to come back to check it out, and it was gone. But it was truly one of the weirdest things that I ever saw. So anyway, the way I got into MUFON was when this fellow wrote the book on orbs, I decided to join. I became a field investigator, which ended up being one of the most enjoyable experiences of my life. I worked my way up because I had a forensic background. I worked 34 years at the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. I investigated rail accidents. I was a rail traffic controller, which is like a two-dimensional air traffic controller. And I was also the assistant to the manager of a large transportation hub. So anyway, I was supposed to speak today on the Chinese balloon incident, in particular, the Lake Huron incident, but I have no place to put my PowerPoint, so I have to wing it. All right, how many people here saw the Chinese balloon shoot down footage on the news? All right, I think most of us did. That was February 3rd. Let's jump ahead to March 14th. How many people here saw the drone get taken down by the Russian fighter jet over the Black Sea, the American fighter? All right, the Pentagon released that footage within 2 days. All right, the Chinese balloon footage was released that afternoon. So you have February 3rd and March 14th where the American media puts out these videos, okay? But in between, 3 things happened around February 3rd. Does anybody know what they are?
So are we talking about the other 3 that got?
We are talking about the other 3.
Miscellaneous.
Yep. Now, if anybody here saw the hearings last month on Arrow, all right, or last week on NASA, the NASA UFO team, you would think that that would be the top story. That would be the thing that they'd want to tell you most about, all right? How many people here ever saw any footage from those 3 shoot downs? You saw footage? No, okay. I want to talk to you if you did. So anyway, 3 objects were shot down February 2nd, 3rd. One was over the top part of Alaska on the tundra near Barrow Point. One was in the center of the Yukon in very forested, rough terrain. And one was shot down over Lake Huron. Now, if you remember, when they shut down the Chinese balloon, they had a Navy team go to the bottom of the ocean and pull that wreckage up, all right, the package as it was called. And they did it within a day, all right?
So didn't they hit also one of the 3 with a decent amount of missiles?
2 missiles, 1 missed, 1, all right? I'm going to go into that. So anyway, after 3 or 4 days of searching after these 3 shoot downs by F-22s and F-16s, they couldn't find anything, all right? And I can tell you that the United States government could find a dime in the Sahara Desert, all right? So they couldn't find the object at the bottom of Lake Huron. 17 miles in across the border, at its deepest, Lake Huron's 145 feet. And they can recover submarines from the Atlantic Ocean bottom, all right? The tundra, they said they couldn't find it because it was probably covered with snow, all right? That's just a lie, all right? They have equipment that could find that thing from space, all right? But the thing that interests me most was the Lake Huron object, because the pilot couldn't identify it, all right? He said it was an octagon-shaped object. And the news media tried to pass it off as a Pico weather balloon, but Pico weather balloons are not octagon-shaped. Also, the object over Alaska interfered with the F-22 pilot's cockpit instrumentation, all right? A Pico weather balloon wouldn't do that. A couple of hobbyist balloon groups claimed it was their balloon. One was in Indiana, and the object that was over Lake Huron came from Montana with the Gulf Stream. So it's highly unlikely an Indiana balloon group would have a balloon going that way and then that way, all right? They needed 2 Sidewinder missiles to take down the Lake Huron object, all right? Now, the Alaska pilot claimed instrument disorientation. I believe that the Sidewinder, the first Sidewinder they used to shoot down this object, failed. It may have been interfered with. The second one supposedly hit it. The thing is, they've never released footage. They've not honored any Freedom of Information Act request citing national security, okay? The pilot couldn't recognize the thing over at Lake Huron. ABC News the next day claimed that it was unmanned, but they've never found it. So if the pilot couldn't recognize it, it was an octagon shape. It took two $400,000 missiles to shoot it down, and they never found it. How would ABC News know that it was unmanned? It's propaganda. They're lying to us, okay? So the question is, what did they shoot down? Or did they shoot down anything? All right? The first case scenario is that they shot down hobby balloons, which would be probably one of the most embarrassing things for the United States military to ever admit. $800,000 to shoot down a balloon, all right? So that may be the first reason why they don't want you to know what they shot it down, because the Chinese would be laughing at us, all right? The second reason, if you recall, the Chinese wanted their balloon back. They screamed and hemmed and hawed for that balloon back. Nobody has asked for these three objects back. Nobody, all right? So you have to wonder what it was that they shot down. Was it something so top secret from Russia or China that even the Chinese and the Russians had to keep their mouths shut because they can't let anybody know what it was, all right? So that's bad too, because if the Chinese and the Russians had something that sophisticated over mainland North America, that would be very embarrassing. The third thing is that they shut down three things after they tweaked the NORAD radar systems. They shut down three things that they didn't know what they were. And that would be embarrassing, and that would be scary. The fourth, and I think most logical thing, is that they didn't shoot down anything. Whatever these things were, they got away. If you go back to July of 1952, there was a very famous 2-week incident over Washington, D.C., where numerous UFOs infiltrated our airspace, flying over the Capitol and over the White House. It happened twice over 2 weeks. We sent our best fighter jets out to get those things, and we couldn't do it. And 80 years later, I believe we still can't catch them, okay? So what I did, being a director at MUFON, I have access to our entire 131,000 case database, all right? If you guys are members, you get limited access to it, and it really is a tool. We are a very transparent organization, all right? We allow people to see our database. We put it behind a paywall for members, but you can see it. We investigate, and we make our investigations known. There are new corporations popping up. The government, somebody this week just wants to start an organization to take pilot reports. This is very bad for ufology because it's watering down where all these reports go. When MUFON does something, we make it public. We're very transparent. We're an all-volunteer organization. But I get to see unlimited access to the CMS database, as we call it. And you can search it by keyword. So I searched octagons, and I was amazed, appalled, and scared at what I found, all right? Most of us are familiar with black triangles, discs, orbs, but how many of us really hear anything about octagons, all right? Going back over a 10-year period, I found 10 octagon reports. And the interesting thing about them was they were all the same size and they were all the same shape, 60 feet in diameter. They would come down over people's cars or houses and linger for a while. And most of the witnesses in these cases drew sketches of what they saw. A lot of times we get photos and they're very poor quality, especially at night, all right? So when you get a sketch from a witness, they're usually a lot more detailed than photographs, believe it or not. All of the sketches showed very similar light patterns on the bottom of these objects because people were looking up at them. Yellow, orange, and red lights doing all different patterns, hexagon patterns, they're flashing in towards each other. And my theory at this point is that each of those light patterns must have something to do with what the object was doing in the first place. Here's where it gets scarier. The majority of these objects, where these witnesses saw them, were within 5 miles of sensitive American military facilities. In particular, in San Diego, the U.S. Navy SEALs training facility. Okay, so there is a surveillance component to whatever these large octagons are. One of the octagons was seen in a place called Stony Point, which is about 30 miles west of Edmonton, Canada. It is very, very dense forest, very, very dense mountains. It was actually a long cigar shape with 2 hexagon lights at the end of it, the size of a football field. Very close by, in 2016, a drone that was filming autumn foliage in a place called Haas Lake, 15 miles west of where this large octagon, tubular-shaped object was seen. We had what we called a fast mover. It was about this big, flew up out of the forest at the drone, apparently to surveil what this drone was. Middle of nowhere, okay? The thing was going Mach 7, which is 5,000 miles per hour. It was about this big, no means of propulsion, going 5,000 miles per hour. 3 weeks later, in North Carolina, another drone filmed what was probably the exact same object, about this big, going Mach 7, okay? Since then, we have at least 6 other really high-quality videos of what are called fast movers, and you literally have to slow the videos down 25% to even catch it going frame by frame. These things are at low altitude all over the earth. This past summer, last summer, we almost had a collision with an airline going from Rhode Island into Philadelphia Airport. It was about 20 miles out in the Atlantic Ocean, 15,000 feet. Oddly enough, 20 miles out from McGuire Fort Dix, which is a known Black Triangle hotspot. And they almost collided with this object about this big. The pilot said if it had even hit us in a glancing blow, it would have been catastrophic. MUFON has so many sketches. We have 7,000 from witnesses. I went back and I found that pilot sketch from last summer matched other sketches. It even matched the object that Daniel Fry saw in 1949 in the White Sands Missile Range. So what we have is the same phenomenon going on and on and on. Not only did you have this massive octagon in the middle of nowhere in northern Canada, but you have a fast mover within 15 miles of it coming out of the forest. Further up north in Ontario, Canada, which is all forest, in 2014, the same almost exact object, the 2 hexagon lights with a long, sort of like a dumbbell shape, was seen by hunters up in the northern parts of Ontario. So there's a lot of odd things going on in Canada. Why? Most likely because it's a nice, safe place for UFOs to hide. Haas Lake, Stony Point, where these 2 things were seen near Edmonton, they're desolate. It is the perfect place to have an operation going on, all right? So the bottom line is that I've always believed that if you look deep enough into UFO reports, you will find patterns. And I'm a pattern guy, all right? And I go back through literally thousands of cases, thousands of drawings all the time, looking to see if I can find the same thing that happened to Jose in Colombia in 1952 was happening to Joe in Wisconsin in 2023. And it's amazing what you'll find as far as patterns go. One of the patterns that I came across last year is that when people are abducted, a lot of times they're brought onto what they believe is a spaceship, and they're sat in front of like a huge television screen, and they're forced to watch Earth being destroyed. Now that's a very unusual thing, and I would say if that happened 3 or 4 times in the course of UFOs literature, it might be a couple of people reading a magazine and pick up the same story. But I can tell you that this happens hundreds and hundreds of times. So you would have to ask yourself, why would aliens want to show people scenes of Earth's destruction? I believe it's because they're trying to elicit some sort of emotional response from them in some sort of experiment, okay? You could ask yourself this about abductions too. These so-called abductions where a person is carried out of their bedroom, placed supposedly on a spaceship, maybe not, I've never been sure of that, and placed on a metal table. And then experiments are performed on them. Needles are shoved in their stomachs, they lose their pregnancy, and you would have to ask yourself, why would a super advanced alien race come all the way to Earth just to perform torturous experiments on humans? I don't think a lot of aliens are actually aliens. One of my main tenets in my research is that it's not aliens at all. It's humans, and it's humans from the future, okay? And there would be good reason for that. And there are examples throughout history of interference in human battles in Rome, in ancient Egypt, in Greece, with the Muslims. And my belief is that someone is coming back to either try to change the timeline or they're trying to fix the timeline. And I also perceive that there may be two separate forces, one that wants to fix it and one that doesn't want to fix it, okay? Think about one of the main groups of aliens that you see, there's two of them, the little grays and the tall blonde Nordics. Now, the tall blonde Nordics are always perceived as beautiful looking, benevolent, they wear the powdered blue suit with the insignia, and they're always, from the Galactic Federation, and often with these little grays. Think about humans. Humans are apex predators. We have our eyes in the front of our head. All predators have their eyes in the front of their head. All prey have their eyes on the side of their head, like deer, so that they can see 360 degrees around. I believe that the Nordics have domesticated the grays just like a human would domesticate a dog. But the question is, what are they here for? I'll give you a good example of how I believe someone's trying to change the timeline. This is probably the best example I've ever come across. In about, I believe it was 571 AD, the king of Yemen had converted to Christianity. And he wanted Mecca, which was pagan animist at the time, to convert to Christianity. And the Meccans told him where to go. And so he amassed a massive army, elephants, everything, the most modern army of the day. And he went to attack Mecca. So who comes out to meet him but a ragtag bunch of Meccans, led, incidentally, by Muhammad's grandfather. They're going to get wiped out, all right? No doubt about it. All of a sudden, what's called the miracle of the birds happens, and you can find this in the Quran. Big black birds with stones in their mouth, pebbles, fly over the Yemeni army and obliterate the Yemeni army. And this is fact, the Yemeni army was destroyed. It also states in later Islamic commentaries that the skin of the invading army fell off their bodies. So they call it a miracle, but let's look at it with the 21st century point of view. What if they weren't birds? What if they were fighter jets, modern fighter jets, back in time, and it wasn't pebbles in their mouths, it was cluster bombs? You could take out an army in 10 minutes, all right, an ancient army. What does skin falling off their arms mean? Anybody? Probably radioactivity exposure, okay? That's what happens to people who suffer radiation sickness. That year, Muhammad was born in Mecca. Had the Yemeni army succeeded, world history might be a lot different than it is today, all right? War of 1812. The British were kicking butt on the Americans. They made it to Washington, D.C. They burned down the first White House. Then something amazing happened. Just as they were about to take control of Washington, D.C., which would have been the end of the United States, there was an incredible, once-in-a-century rainstorm that repelled the British, and they were never able to regain their footing. As a result, we're all here today as Americans, okay? There are many, many more stories I could tell you about what goes on. I do believe that it's quite possible there are aliens, okay? Years ago, they used to make the argument that they're too far away, it takes forever to get here. But there are astrophysicists now that mathematically have figured out how to bend space-time. So if the diameter of the universe is 57 billion light years wide, they can technically fold space-time and go from one end of the universe to the other like that. All right? So I do believe aliens may be some of it. There is also John Keel. I don't know how many of you remember John Keel from the 60s. He believed in ultra-terrestrials, that actually there is a species endemic to Earth, but possibly in another dimension. And they only come through every once in a while. If you notice, when I talked about July 1952 earlier, where there was an incursion over Washington, D.C., something very important happened in July of 1952. Anybody remember? The United States tested the first hydrogen bomb, okay? It makes all the sense in the world when you see literally hundreds of reports of United States naval battleships being trailed by objects, all right? Objects coming down and observing sailors in the South China Sea on the deck of an aircraft carrier moving nukes around during the Vietnam War, when it wasn't only until the Pentagon Papers were released that we even knew that there were nukes in the South China Sea on our ships. Somebody else knew. And I think one of the main reasons that whoever these time travelers are, or whoever these aliens are, or whoever these ultra-terrestrials are worried, all right? We are in some way impacting their environment, or they perceive us as a threat, okay? And I think until we change our tune, I don't think they're going away anytime soon, all right? So that's basically the conclusion of what I wanted to tell you guys. I think there are many theories. I think a lot of them are plausible. The lady Jen before made a really good argument on the hypnosis side of it. So at this point, I just want to say, being a field investigator at MUFON has been one of the most rewarding things I've ever had the opportunity to do. MUFON needs to stay relevant because we are free and we are transparent ufology. We investigate. Our field investigators are biologists, geologists, airline pilots, retired police detectives like Chris DePerno over there, all right, former special ops people, we have IT people, we have statisticians. We really investigate, all right? Not only that, if you become a member, we offer you so much. Monthly magazine, we have our own YouTube channel, we have our own social network, we have a map app so that you can literally, as a member, look at any of the 131,000 cases and actually see them on a globe of the earth, zoom in, see the pictures, see the videos we have. All right, we have a lot of other things coming. The Mars database is the original MUFON reports on paper from 1969 till 2005 that the world has never seen. They're all digitized now. We're going to be releasing them to members sometime in the very near future this year. So what I want to do is encourage you, if you have an interest in ufology, please consider joining MUFON, all right? If you've ever had a UFO experience, we encourage you to report it to us because we will get back to you. We will analyze your photographs and your videos. We will send trace evidence to our lab in Missouri. There's nobody else that does that, all right? So that's pretty much it for me. I'd like to thank you all for spending 30 minutes with me, and hopefully we'll meet again someday. Thank you. Any questions?
We're here.
Oh, wait, I got this lady here. Wait.
Oh, and this.
Reached out to NASA. They down there trying to investigate, and if not, have they tracers?
Well, my personal opinion on the NASA and Arrow investigations is they're similar to like the Robertson report in the 50s and the congressional hearings of the 80s. It's just a whitewash. What MUFON does is we bypass them. MUFON sends reports to Congress directly. Every month we send a report. We don't deal with NASA. We don't deal with Arrow.
So I noticed on the homepage you guys are investigating how we go.
Yes. Well, the thing is, it's not only that one episode in Oklahoma. It's actually in Texas. There were 5 cows died. Interestingly enough, in Delaware recently, there was a witness who was looking out the back of her bungalow near Ocean City, Delaware, saw an object come over the field behind her, drop a chunk of meat out. It was a cylinder. A coyote comes along, gets sucked up into the cylinder, and then dropped out 5 minutes later with no bones, totally desiccated. So there's a lot of mutilations going on right now. It's like a new wave of mutilations. All I can tell you about the Oklahoma case is we took samples and we have our own lab, and those samples now are being analyzed at our Missouri lab.
Did you hear about a case in France that happened recently where a family was driving down the road and they, through their sunroof, they took a photograph of a saucer-shaped object. Yet when they looked on their phone, it was an octagon-shaped object. Now, I've heard stories of like UFOs being able to shift our perceptions. Have you heard of this?
Yes, I definitely believe they shift our perceptions. I also think they screw with our cameras. Okay, there's a very famous cartoon where the person's about to take a photo of the UFO disc, and you see the crew of the UFO go, "Turn on the camera fuzzy machine." So which is why I like sketches by the witnesses. Some people, they're very simple sketches. Some people are absolute artists. Which reminds me, the one other octagon. It came down at 4:15 in the morning on August 18th, 2022, over Louisville, Kentucky, over somebody's house. MUFON works with NICAP, which is a legacy UFO organization. They have a project called Project Madar, where they have a network of small devices throughout the United States that pick up sudden fluctuations in barometric pressure and the magnetic field within a certain mile radius. At exactly 4:15, the Madar unit in Louisville, Kentucky went off exactly to the minute when this person saw this huge octagon. That tells us that when there's a sudden drop in barometric pressure or a change in the magnetic field in a given area, something is either coming in from outer space or leaving. In this case, it was a perfect match of something coming in from space, an octagon. Anybody else?
UFOs are capable of following like the same people as some people that have.
Yes, and just to make the point very precisely, people who are abducted, it runs in families. It's mothers, grandmothers, daughters usually, and most abductees tend to be female. But yes, I do believe that people are tracked for their entire life by some UFOs.
Wasn't there a documented case of an orb damaging the city?
Yes, in 1970 in Salidare, Ethiopia, there was a daytime report of an orb that was violent. And that's another thing I investigate, violent orb encounters. In this village in Ethiopia, a large red orb went down the main street of the village. It tore up the ground below it and made the facades of the buildings fall into the street. A little girl was killed. What separates it from a weather phenomenon is that when it got to the end of the village, it turned around, came back, and destroyed more houses and street. That shows that there are cases where orbs are definitely sentient, where they have a specific behavior. In this case, it was violent. I could go into tons of violent orb encounters throughout history. Some even interfered with battles. In ancient Egypt, Thutmose III, pharaoh, the most well-decorated pharaoh, military leader in ancient Egyptian history, won 46 military encounters. In one, he was going against the Nubians in the south, who had come up to challenge his rule. When they met on the battlefield, a giant white orb came down, boom, blasted the entire Nubian army. Very similar in a way to what happened at Mecca. The army of Thutmose III was left untouched. This was a very discriminating meteor, if it was a meteor, and I don't think it was. Something similar happened with the Romans fighting the Pontus Empire, which is now Turkey. Romans were getting beat bad. Same thing happens. Thing comes down, separates the two armies, both armies run away. When the Romans regroup, they end up wiping out the Pontus army and make their way down into Israel. And you wonder if that was a mechanism to change history, because we all know what happened in Israel 2,000 years ago. Anybody else? Yes.
Some people have been watching The Secrets of Skinwalker.
Yes.
I don't know, we didn't hear the beginning of your talk. Do you have any thoughts about what's going on out there?
Well, yeah, I know that a long time ago when Bigelow, the billionaire owned it, the animals were getting mutilated by orbs. Okay, that was the earliest stuff. I was just on Ancient Aliens in February with Travis Taylor, and he's on Skinwalker, and he told me some really weird stories. One of the things he said to me was, Bob, some of the things that happen at Skinwalker are so weird that they won't let us put it on TV. So you're getting the candy cane, Skinwalker Ranch. Anybody else?
Do you think that there's one big event
Coming?
in our future?
I do. I don't know if it's biblical, but I think that history is coming to a conclusion, and that something is going to happen, and that's what all of this is about.
There's a guy in the gentleman in the back.
Gentleman in the back, Richard. Yep. Oh, never mind. No, that's it.
Do you think it's possible we're being watched right now?
I do. As a matter of fact, my neighbor, all right, who runs the youth center where my kids go after school, she says that whenever I walk in to drop my kids off at the youth center in my community, her cell phone goes off, and it's all sorts of UFO articles. All right, so I'm very sure that they watch us now. I'm positive the government watches us too. Absolutely. Anybody else? I think I'm over my time. Yes, one more.
One question. It's not really about aliens in a sense. I was looking on your website about that field investigator. It seems very in-depth to join. Is that a volunteer job or is that a
It's everything's volunteer. Yeah, we're a 501c, agency. They don't pay anybody salaries. You got to do it for the love of finding the answer. Yeah. But to be MUFON members is cheap as $6 a month. To be an investigator, you have to buy a book and study the book and then do a test. It's a book about astronomy and trigonometry, that type of thing. But they let you do an open book, so it's not as hard as you think. But it will give you an education. Okay. All right. I think I'm out of here. All right. Thank you.
That's a tough act to follow, but I'll Okay. So I think it's traditional that you start by talking about your own UFO experience, right? What? Yeah, please. All right. I only have like 20 minutes left. So my most important experience, late 80s, big triangle. Not like one of those, oh, I see a couple little lights in the sky. No, this was not a UFO. It was enormous. It was a triangle. It was approximately like December 15th around there. I know we were coming over for my cousin Bill's birthday party. And I looked up, I saw it, I stuck my head out the window, and I'm like, that's a UFO. My parents said, you roll that window back up. And I was like, okay. And so we got home, and I'm like, yes, now things are going to happen. Nothing happens. Now, if you know anything about the Hudson Valley UFO Flash, which I'm going to talk more about, late 80s is after it happened. And the fact that it's December and my parents tell me to roll up my window probably just meant it was cold. And so I checked, and no one else had that sighting. And it was over a populated area. It was Wenham, New York. There's no way someone didn't see that, except it seems not to have happened. And you find that a lot in ufology, that they give you what you want, but not what you need. No, other way around. Need, not want. And so I had that experience. I was certain, I was also quite small, that things were going to change day to day. So it is hard to talk about these things without seeming wackadoo. I'm going to try to keep this at first as close to research as possible, but the further I go on, I don't know if I'm going to have time to get truly insane. Let's see. So I will say that I believe something is happening. I'm not a debunker necessarily. I actually, years ago, after reading Ellen Crystal's Silent Invasion, so you all know that book, it is essential Pine Bush reading.
What is it?
Silent Invasion by Dr. Ellen Crystal. She actually started coming here around 1981 when she was a graduate student, and she had so many experiences. She saw invisible ships. She saw, I think, 5 different species of aliens, which she photographed. Something that's very frustrating about her book is she talks about taking thousands of photographs, and there are maybe 7, and they're in black and white, and they're blurry. So somewhere out there are thousands of photographs. She also talked about, piggybacking on what he said, that she thought that they could screw with the emulsion of film. So the reason that you can't take a photograph of an alien is that they know your camera's there and they stop you. That if you have, she even said, you keep your camera away, you'll have a great sighting. The minute you take that camera out, they're like, no, blurry filter. So yes, she believed that Pine Bush has an underground military base of aliens, that's what they're doing. She would hear them digging out in the woods. She said that the Jewish cemetery has lasers that shoot airplanes. Jewish space lasers, I know. She said this back in the 80s. So yes. So one of my greatest disappointments is that I can't find her photographs anywhere. I don't know if they're digitized. I don't know who has them. They're nowhere. I did also, in researching my novel, Artificial Gods, available on that table over there, nowhere else right now. But the publisher went out of business. But I went on skywatches with the United Friends Observer Society, and I have to admit that they saw great UFOs, and I saw airplanes. And I said, okay, but that's an airplane. They went, no, they can make your ships look like airplanes, but they always get the lights wrong. And I'm like, I can't argue with that. No, that's a perfect argument. They also said that they had plasma dragon ships, but I didn't see any of them. Also, in Pine Bush, there are people see a cardboard-headed cat that walks on its hind legs. I don't think it's been seen recently, but we'll get into how when you start seeing one thing, other things blossom from there. But do you guys know about the Hudson Valley UFO Flash?
Very strong, very challenging.
A little bit. All right. This is actually one of the most important UFO sightings ever. Like, if you research UFOs, this will come up, even if you're not in this area. There's a great last podcast on the left episode about it, but it was also on Unsolved Mysteries. It's huge. And basically what happened in the early 80s, like a massive ship, like the one I saw, just hovered over. It went up the Taconic, it went up Route 84. It started out in like Putnam County, and upwards of 5,000 people saw this. Like, and respectable people, that's always emphasized. That you have teachers, you have policemen, you have people in the military saw this, verifiable. There's actually a book called Night Siege, which we'll get into more, which is so tedious to read, just so boring, and that's what you want. No, really, that's what you want, because they're like, yes, we saw a ship, it floated this way, it was silent, and you see that again and again and again, rather than I was picked up by aliens and the ship looked like a plasma dragon. No, that's not what you want. You want a tedious recounting of the same thing over and over again. That's what makes it credible. So yeah, thousands of people saw it. They actually had, well, they said it was the biggest UFO meeting ever, because obviously this was getting underreported. Again, this is true and you can look it up. But you would think nowadays, if a massive UFO was seen for years over the Hudson Valley, this would be an Instagram sensation. It would be everywhere, but it wasn't. The press was basically like, no, that's stupid. We're not doing that. And they ignored it. They really did.
Was that the one that was over Indian Point?
Yes, it was over Indian Point. And it hovered there. They were actually, depending on who you talk to, either they were going to shoot at it or they were just taking pot shots at it to see what would happen. Because it was within 30 feet of one of the reactors just hovering there. Reportedly, allegedly. I wasn't there. I don't know. But yeah, Dale and Hynek, we're going to get into, called the fact the media ignored this a complete dereliction of duty. Why is the media there? And even if you don't think it's aliens, there's a massive craft hovering over an American city going slow. Thousands of people are seeing it, and the media is like, they're insane. They just wrote it off. Like, let's say that it's a Russian plane. Don't we want to know? There were balloons in our sky, and we flipped out. So let's talk about Jalen Hynek. He was basically a government skeptic. He was hired for Project Sign and then Project Grudge, Project Lupus. He is a doctor. He was an astrophysicist. He was a scientific advisor for the U.S. Air Force. Yes, the U.S. Air Force. So this is the man you want debunking UFOs. And the more he saw, the more he's like, no, most of it we can write off. Some of it we can't. And you know what? He came to the Hudson Valley and he's like, no, this is weird. Like, this further convinced him that something was weird. And Jalen Hynek, for those of you who don't know, he developed the Close Encounter of the Third Kind scale. He, in fact, is in the movie Close Encounters of the Third Kind. When aliens come down, he's smoking a pipe. He was one of the scientific advisors on there. Hynek said when they first offered him the job, they're like, well, the job didn't seem like it would take too much time debunking all UFOs everywhere. He came to regret that. And he at first considered the whole subject completely ridiculous. He thought UFOs were a fad in the late 40s, early 60s, and we would get over it. And we would no longer be seeing UFOs until we started seeing UFOs that he could not identify. He also, aside from creating the encounter scale, is the one who gave the excuse of, oh, it's probably swamp gas, which he just meant as, oh, this is a possible explanation, but now people are like, yes, UFOs are either Venus or swamp gas. That's his fault. I'm sure he would be sorry. He was the keynote speaker in the big UFO conference in 1984 about this, where he said that this was a real mystery. Again, this is an astrophysicist, an advisor for the U.S. military. And he's like, no, this is too weird. Which is good. Sorry. So the most common explanation for these sightings that went on for 2 years and were seen by 5,000 people is ultralights flying in formation. Now, an ultralight is basically a hang glider with a lawnmower attached. It is not quiet. It does not fly in formation. But this is what they wrote it off as saying that, no, it's just airplanes. They're bad airplanes in the sky. So the supposed pilot, I have it, Sergeant Kenneth D. Spiro of Troop K in Stormville says that, he followed them to the Stormville airport and he didn't get their names, but they're like, oh, we're just having fun. We're just funning around. And he's like, oh, well, then it's fine. It's fine that you're flying over, populated areas in formation and scaring all these people, that's fine. Don't even worry about it. That's not a crime. But yeah, one, it would be next to impossible to fly these in formation. It doesn't make any sense. Like, if you're going to debunk something, your answer has to be better than aliens. And that isn't. And, you know, just, oh, they're like, oh, we're just testing our beacons out at night in the sky. We're not doing anything. So, not a good debunker. And it's like, this is right, conspiratorial. Cui bono, who told them? Who benefits from us thinking that it is ultralights? What's also important is that witnesses to the real UFO, yes, say it's real, and those who saw the ultralights are like, no, those are ultralights, those are airplanes. They know it's totally different, rather than the actual Hudson Valley UFO, which was solid. And repeatedly they said it was the size on each corner, or on each side of a football field. That was consistent. And again, not little lights in the sky, like very close to the ground, very visible. Also, the UFO came well before people were like it was ultralights. So it seems like after the UFOs were seen, they wanted to retcon it as ultralights. So neighbors at the Stormville airport never saw this happen. And you would think that if you saw this happening repeatedly, because these sightings were for 2 years, you would note that that had happened. There was a $1,000 reward for proving that these ultralights existed. It was never collected. Why didn't the authorities put a stop to it? And this is a quote. The troopers spoke to a couple of the pilots, and they're getting a big kick out of it. There's no violation of the law here. Now, if you decided that you and your friends were going to fly ultralights, do you think the police are going to be like, no, that's fine? No, probably not. Another excuse is that it was a ship from Stewart Air Force Base. Maybe. I mean, we have the stealth bomber now. But if you were going to fly your experimental aircraft, you don't do it over the Hudson Valley when you know people are seeing it. That makes no sense. Also, not for nothing, but the ship did like stiff, like banks. It went straight up and vanished. Things that ultralights don't usually do. So it probably wasn't that. And the FAA actually weighed in on this, and they said, why would we care about a UFO? If the pilot's up there with the clearance and at the right altitude, we don't care what planet he comes from. Direct quote. Yeah. So there really is a conspiracy. Like, someone was trying to cover this up. I don't know who. I don't know why. I don't know that it was necessary, because it's not like people really believe in UFOs. We think it's fun now, but in the 80s, people were more than willing to just be like, I stopped my car on the Taconic, there was a light, I don't know. So you didn't really need to debunk it there. You didn't need to have your little conspiracy, because no one would believe it anyway. And just like you talked about Indian's Point, it was there, it hovered, and you would think that maybe that was a national security issue, that you have, again, put away the aliens. You have a ship that's hovering over a nuclear power plant right there for minutes, and the best they came up with is, we're going to shoot it with guns. You would think that the military would care. You think that the government would try to stop it, but they didn't. And some people at Indian Point said that they saw it. Other people are like, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know. So, yeah.
Yeah, I heard that it was in the newspaper, and then the next day it was taken out or whatever.
Yeah. It really does seem like there was a cover-up, and I don't know why, because, again, people are incredulous about this stuff. You know, we will obfuscate it anyway. We don't need someone to make a conspiracy. So instead we focus on ultralights, we focus on, I bet it was an experimental plane, which doesn't make sense. You know, there is no good explanation there's no good explanation that's like the UFO. I can't say, oh, those were aliens. However, people also did say they got abducted. But there's not a lot of that. And there were 2 aliens that were directly involved. One was named Talos, and he's like, oh yes, I came from that. But he wouldn't actually give any other information. However, there was another alien called the Alien. And he's like, yes, there will be another sighting over Danbury, Connecticut on this date, on this time. And that happened. But, you know, he was called the alien. But yeah. But he didn't really want to give, like, forwarding information. We don't know much about it. So why here? Why the Hudson Valley? One theory is that there are these stone chambers that were built by Druids to point the weak spots in reality, which are all over the Hudson Valley, or they were just built by farmers in the 1800s. We don't know. It's one or the other. But this is a weird place. All right. This is supposed to be, again, legitimately, that this is one of the weakest spots in reality. There's Sedona, there's Stonehenge, there's the Hudson Valley. I don't really know why, but that's what they say. We do have a lot of ghosts here. We have Linda Zimmerman over there, and that's basically what she writes about, that we have ghosts. I live in Red Hook, New York, and I live very close to the Bigfoot researchers of the Hudson Valley, where they have a Bigfoot habitation site in their backyard. They won't let me go yet. Her name is Gail. She's a lovely woman. But she hasn't let me see Bigfoot yet. But it's also very close to two schools, and it's behind her bait shop. But yes, we have weird things here. People see Bigfoot all the time. Let's bring it in. So, a man named Ami Michel, who is a French ufologist, said a quote which I love: "Ufology is not a science or a process of initiation. One starts with field investigations and ends up studying Arab mystics." This is true. Also, when I went to the Pine Bush UFO meetings, on which this is based, a man said, "Oh yeah, the UFOs, the Bigfoots, the ghosts are all in it together." And I'm like, well, that's lunacy. Let me write that down and put it in a book. But the more I research, the more it's like, no, really, if you see a UFO, you're much more likely to see a Bigfoot. You're much more likely to see ghosts. Because it seems like seeing the UFO attunes you to something else. I told you this would get crazier the more I went on. But this is this is what people see. There's actually another book called Silent Invasion that was written, I don't remember, it's about Bigfoot and UFOs by a guy in Pennsylvania. He wrote it. So yeah, this seems to just happen. But UFOs do leave behind evidence. For instance, a lot of people get clade conjunctivitis, which is, your eyes get red and swell shut. That also happened with the Mothman case. That's what people reported. They'd see the Mothman, their eyes would swell shut. So there's physical evidence. With the close encounter scale, that is, I think it's, no, that's a 4. That is a 4 where it left some kind of evidence. Yeah. So yeah. Also, Silent Invasions. There's a part where Ellen Crystal talks about how she finds something she calls angel hair, and she waves a Geiger counter over it, and it breaks the Geiger counter because it's so radioactive. And her school is not happy that she did this. Regrettably and tragically, Ellen Crystal died of aggressive cancer. Now, I'm not saying those two things are related, but it is eerie to know that. Going to the UFOs have been seen responding to people's thoughts, which does lead me to believe, are they alien or are they something else? Carl Jung, the psychologist, thought that they were some kind of psychic projection, that they're part of our mind. And Dale Hynek also had the mind and machine theory, that these are not one thing or the other. That it's almost like a particle in a wave. Like, the UFO is what you expect it to be and what you need it to be. So it's psychological, but it's real. Kenneth Arnold, do you know this name? Yes. He is the one who in 1947 saw the first flying saucer. And after that, people saw saucer-shaped objects. He didn't. He saw things that were manta ray shaped that were skipping like saucers on a pond. Depending on when he was interviewed, he did kind of shift around what he thought. But he said that he saw them flying information. He also did not say that they were physical things. He said that it was like a spiritual experience, which for a lot of people, ufology sort of becomes religious to them. There is the paranormal unified field theory, a name I wish I made up. But then all of it is connected. That, you know, again, you see the big thing, you see the UFO. Nope, I'm being close to my time. Do you have any questions? I don't want to run over my time too much. Yes.
I'll just say, I got two questions for you.
Okay.
What's that dragon thing you're talking about?
I don't know. Well, I guess they feel like it's plasma, so it can change its shape, which I do hear that, you know, they changed their shapes. Or through the eras, like we had the manta ray ship. It was reported as a flying saucer. People saw in photographs saucer-shaped objects. Now UFOs are triangles. Or shipping containers. I've heard that one too, that they keep changing shape depending on what is in the zeitgeist, what we want them to look like. So yeah, apparently plasma ships are the way we do that. I don't know why they'd be dragons. That just seems too convoluted. Something posited in my book is that aliens are not a new phenomenon. They are what we would call fairies. You know, back in the day, elves. However, that isn't to say that aliens are what they really are. It's just a different mask on the same experience.
In your book on Bigfoot, do you link any sightings of Bigfoot with aerial craft or unknown aerial craft?
I might mention it, but we do see that. Again, Hudson Valley, we had Bigfoot. Like, not just Gail of the Bigfoot researchers of the Hudson Valley, but there are people who've been seeing Bigfoots here for, I guess, basically the Native Americans sort of talked about a wild man in this area. So, yeah.
Got a hypothetical question for you here.
Okay.
So, let's say the aliens can vote. Who do you think they would vote for?
Marianne Williamson. I'm going to stand for
Support Joe Biden?
I don't think that. No, I think they're going third party. All right. I think that is my time.
Ron Yacovetti's next. So, all right, so coming up next is a good friend of mine. I am the program director for KGRA-digitalbroadcasting.com. We are one of the biggest paranormal networks in the world. Now, an old friend is here. His name is Ron Yacovetti. He's part of, he's part of Entity Voices Paranormal Evidence. Lourdes is here as well. Anthony Simonelli is here, a great friend. So I'd love to introduce him. Great friend of mine, a great researcher. I actually went with the team to the Kreischer Mansion in Staten Island. And I was there for KGRA. And I had my camera right there. And I am not kidding. We were in the basement, and there was a sound behind us. And they had all their equipment out. And I said, there's a noise. We all looked at the same time. There's a noise that came like from that direction. So there was another room there. And they had this device that when they went near a bathroom, it picked up the image of a small boy. And I seen it. I was like, oh my gosh, that looks like a small child. So I actually seen their work up close and personal. And they're great researchers. So Ron Yacovetti, come on and step up to the mic.
Keep it going for Bill. He's doing a great job. He was fun to work with, too. Kreischer Mansion, if you didn't know, in Staten Island, that place was nuts. That was really cool. So give it up for the band also. Half of you guys are going, where's the band? I don't see it. So you guys having a good time? You had some really great speakers here today. Travis Walton is here, a lot of notables. This is awesome, because I never thought I would be outside in the tent on a cloudy day in Pine Bush. But that's coming off my bucket list, let me say that. This is awesome. So my name is Ron Yacovetti. So one of the things that we spend, okay, that was not me. So one of the things we spend a lot of time with our research, Bill mentioned, is we do something called direct radio voice. So while our forte is into paranormal research, as I think Tom before just mentioned, that there is some parallels that people draw between ufology, cryptozoology, and the paranormal. There are a lot of commonalities in cases that happen. There are a lot of cases that happen concurrently with other ones in different areas of study. So that is not an unfounded school of thought. There are some who like to keep these areas partitioned off from each other. I think to a certain extent, some of the evidence and some of the exploration should be categorically separate. But what's interesting about what we do is how many people, by the way, watch any of the ghost hunting or paranormal shows that have like, all right, good. Some people raise their hands. Some people are like, if we don't answer him, he won't see us. So if you're familiar with the ghost boxes or the spirit boxes that are on the shows, those were created by a gentleman. Well, it comes from a software. Initially, there was a guy named Stefan Bine that made something called EVP Maker, which fragmented vocals so you would have something for spirit to manipulate to be heard. From that came, if you know who Frank Sumption is, the Frank's box, which was the very first ghost box from which all the prototypes have come, and there's some brilliant builders out there now. But one of the parallels to what we do in the paranormal with ufology is that Frank Sumption originally built the box to communicate with aliens. It was not ghosts. That was not his original target audience, but he started getting stuff, and I believe from what he attained, he believed that spirit was more what he was getting than it was anything extraterrestrial. In our research, Lourdes and I doing direct radio voice, which I'll explain, we have found in some instances we're pretty convinced it's spirit. In some instances, we're pretty convinced that there may be a commonality into the realm from which they're all coming. And sometimes we've had stuff say extraterrestrial, alien. We can't prove it. We have yet to develop a call tracing mechanism to find out where the call. There's no star 69 for the paranormal yet. I'm sure somebody's at home working on that shit right now. But we don't know for sure, but we do get stuff that is indicative of the possibility, which is fascinating to us because we really don't know when we get vocals that aren't technically supposed to be there. We don't really know where they're coming from. So on the poster, it says direct radio voice. That is the stuff that my girlfriend Lourdes and I do for research. If you're not familiar, direct radio voice predates the Frank's box, any spirit box or ghost box. It is a very pure form of spirit communication, or in some instances, extraterrestrial communication, that just basically works off the fundamental use of white noise. Now, we believe from our research that the development of the spirit boxes and the ghost boxes, which sweep through the broadcast, may have, in some ways, affected the communication to the point that there's a brevity or a shortness to the messages because of the methodology itself with sweeping. We believe that the communications come from white noise and have almost, if nothing, to do with the vocal fragments that are created from the sweep. Why is that important? I'm going to put this in the stand. I think that's why everybody left it there. But every so often, it sounds like I'm sitting in front of a frying pan at an IHOP, and that's not good. People are going to start to get hungry. They're going to walk away. They have fried Oreos. It's going to be chaos. I can't have that. So the ghost box sweeps through the frequencies, if that's what people are most familiar with. What we do is called instrumental transcommunication. The methodology itself, however it's done, is meant to be real-time communication. It was developed in Europe out of EVP research, where they initially would, EVP recording voices out of thin air. Then they would use a form of white noise, either running water or radio static, as audio support to give the vocals something to become more audible, a vibratory atmospheric tone that they could use to be detected. The ghost box came from the idea that those vocal fragments in the radio sweep, which are always random because it's broadcast and it's always sweeping very rapidly, would keep it pure because it's random, but at the same time, they would have those tonalities to use from the broadcast. What we found is that we don't think, unless they accidentally intersect with those, that those are actually even being used. We think it's purely the white noise that's coming out of the radio that they're using. It's something called stochastic resonance, where within white noise, every frequency the human ear can pick up from 20 hertz to 20,000 hertz is in there. If any source signal infiltrates or infuses into the white noise and resonates with one of those frequencies, those two frequencies become bolder, but the rest of the white noise doesn't. So what you have is something that was once now not detectable is detectable. And we think that that's, even with the ghost boxes, how the communications or the words come through, and that they're shorter because of the sweeping process is actually truncating the messages. They may even be longer, but the methodology itself is kind of truncating the vocals that are coming through. They oftentimes come in below the sweep where it's kind of like softer and not as loud as the from the sweep. And a lot of times they come in louder than the vocal sweep on the Ghost Box, because that's within the white noise where those vocals are resonating. That's the stochastic resonance. When we came across direct radio voice as a European methodology that predated the Ghost Box and realized nobody was doing it, we looked at the evidence and the vocals that they captured and how they authenticated what they got. It was unbelievable. I looked at Lourdes and I went, I can't believe nobody's doing this. They were getting conversational situations. They were having long messages that were far longer than anything I've ever seen a Ghost Box do. And I looked at it, I don't understand why this isn't dominating the paranormal landscape or anybody who's trying to communicate with another realm instead of the sweeping Ghost Box. So we started bringing it back. And then what we've done over the past probably a little over 4 years is we developed it into something now that we call Staticom. Staticom is built off that premise, which is purely using the white noise. And what we've done is, and anybody who does research, especially with anything supernatural, ufology, crypto, whatever it is, you know you have the cynics, you know have the people who don't buy into it, who think you're crazy for believing it or ascribing to any of this stuff. So we approach everything with what are the possible pitfalls? What are the possible criticisms? What's the low-hanging fruit for the cynic? Let's get rid of that first. And one of the things we realized with our partners, Tony and Sri Rathman, who are now out in Arizona, was that if we took the radio out of the equation but still had the white noise, that's interesting. Because now we still have the stochastic resonance that we believe they're using to communicate, but we don't have the, hey, you're getting radio broadcasts, you're getting straight radio, you're getting, you know, you can receive, you can record. Which, by the way, if you get something that's directly answering you and it's very clear, not like something muddy like the teacher from Charlie Brown, I'm talking something clear. And you hear it, even on a Ghost Box, and somebody tells you it's a radio station, tell them you want to know when they're giving away cash and prizes, because your luck is phenomenal. The odds are astronomical. But we looked at that and we went, all right, from a research standpoint, we would like something that not only gives us the ability to have longer messages and dialogue in real time, we want something that is vetted as much as it can be. How can we take the cynicism out of this process? No radio. So what we did was we got a white noise generator. So we're creating live white noise in real time. Just out of curiosity, by a show of hands, how many people have ever done spirit communication? Her hand went up right away. She goes, is there a prize? I'm just raising it. There could be a t-shirt, there could be a hot dog. I just want to raise my hand. Have you done spirit communication or anything with that goes that you, I know you. You have? What did you use? Oh, wow. Okay, right on. And that's awesome that you said that too. So much of what's called instrumental transcommunication or ITC, spirit communication, so much of it is focused on the tech side of it and how we're hearing them. How are they coming through? How can we make it clearer? How can we understand what they're saying? And so little thought was put into it, which is we focused on how are they hearing us? You're creating a mechanical sound wave with your vocal cords. It only propagates so far, then the cohesiveness of the air thins it out, it's gone. If somebody's not in your immediate vicinity, how are they hearing you? People go, well, maybe it's a trucker on a CB radio or a ham radio. How is he hearing me on my couch? That's disturbing, isn't it? I'm on my couch. There should be no trucker listening to me on my couch. I'm not even comfortable with that. So that was the first thing that got me, was that there's something with either how sound travels or thought through consciousness that I'm being heard and I'm getting a direct validating response. Which, by the way, when you get vocal responses in any kind of contact, you can speak those words into the same audio software you review in. And if the spectrograph matches the word you thought you heard, those are the words you thought you heard. So when people go, you're not really hearing that, those are sound artifacts. No, they're not. Because you can validate that. You can actually check it. So we thought, all right, let's take the radio out of the equation. We're going to just use the resonance and the white noise. And then we looked at each other and went, all right, ITC, instrumental transcommunication, is supposed to be communication with spirit. But so much of what supernatural evidence gets captured, what happens? People record it, Ghost Box or whatever it is. They go home, they put it in software, they denoise it, they clean it up, they slow it down, they amplify it, they share it. But there's no opportunity for dialogue anymore because the moment's gone. So we sat down and went, all right, what if we do this? What if we get something software-wise like a digital audio workspace, a DAW, and we filter the white noise that we believe they're using without the vocal sweep from the radio, like a ghost box, just pure white noise, that we generate in the moment. What if we take that and we do everything that's done in review to audio evidence live in the moment? Because that's what we want. We want the opportunity to communicate in real time. So we started filtering the software part of it, taking the white noise, going right through the software, and then we did something that had not been done in ITC before. We took live white noise, not a sweep, live white noise, and we slowed it down in real time, which was inspired by an event we did, and I got a vocal that I thought said on. It said Ron. That's my name because you didn't hear when he read me out. I'm Ron. And I believe it was my mother or my grandmother. That's what I believe. And it said, Ronnie, it's Mom, it's Lucy, I'm connecting. It was this whole thing, and I missed it. I found it when I reviewed the audio, and I played it at 50% slower than normal speed. 50%. I sounded intoxicated. I assure you I wasn't. But I sounded it. On the recording, the voices were enunciated and spoken with clarity like I am talking now at 50% speed, which means in real time, that came in not only faster than my ear could have detected it, that came in faster than the human vocal tract is capable of speaking. I don't care if it's an auctioneer on cocaine. They can't do it. It was way too fast and way too clear. And then Lourdes Gonzalez, my partner in girlfriend, she is a court reporter by trade, so she can listen to conversations at the same time, people talking over each other, different cadences, different speeds. And she went, there's no way, without slurring and stammering, that somebody could have been talking like that. It's incredibly clear. So then I said, all right, again, let's go back to the beginning, right? This is ITC. This is real-time communication. How do we have contact in real time if half of the stuff or more coming through is faster than we can even know it exists? Slow it down. We figured out we would slow down live white noise in real time. That was a challenge. I asked a lot of ghost box people, how do you do that? Nobody had an idea. It's never been done before. We found a way to do it through some components, and we started slowing the live white noise down. The communication we have had since then has been phenomenal. What we do now called the Staticom project has been fascinating. We look for different opportunities to not only investigate places, but also to test our methodology for pureness and for effectiveness, to see the efficacy of the method itself. One instance that really stood out to us was one time, I don't know if anybody's familiar with Sterling Mine in northern New Jersey. So we went into the mine as part of an investigation, and at the time we were using direct radio voice with a radio for empty white noise on a long wave channel, just static. We're under the surface of the earth in a zinc mine. This is where phones and radios and their signals go to die. And we got voices. Spirit boxes were getting nothing because they were reliant upon sweeping through the broadcast, and they couldn't get any broadcast because we're under the surface of the earth. What we had was vocal, it was clear, and it was staggering for us to be able to do that. So that was an opportunity for us to look at, how do we think this is even happening? How are they hearing us, and how are they coming through? Because now we're somewhere where regular RF signal and a carrier wave that radio comes in on can't even get, right? You start looking at different things. You start looking at quantum physics stuff. You start looking at 0-point energy, which is the lowest energy possible. And if everything is energy in the universe, which it is, right? Everything has a vibratory rate, but there can't be an absolute zero or it wouldn't be a vibratory rate. So 0-point energy is like the lowest. It can conduct like a wave. It can carry. So we're thinking there's a possibility. The wave function of light is another possibility. Something's permeating this mine under the surface of the earth and bringing vocals in through our speaker that are responding to us. That is one thing that we also think could be possible with how they're hearing us. Because if we're speaking in our home and voices are responding directly through the speaker or the radio or the white noise, that's crazy. There has to be a way that what we're getting is getting to them. We think that part of it might also be consciousness. How many people here have ever done a session with a ghost box or anything, and before you finish the end of the question, when you get to the end of it, your answer's already coming out? Have you had that happen? So now if you go by they're hearing you with a sound wave from talking, that completely turns that on its head because you just barely finished your sentence, if that, and they're already responding. Go ahead.
Mine was, I
think my phone's possessed, and I don't think of it up, even though it's old.
You have a possessed phone?
I have a possessed phone.
Who's your carrier?
It's Samsung, it's a Galaxy phone.
Samsung? It's a Galaxy phone. You just scored points with the ufologist. The ufologist want a Galaxy phone that is possessed. That's excellent. It's on eBay now, $14.45.
MUFON group, in the UFO group,
Okay.
paranormal group, but we were on a house cleaning to find out what was in this house. And I had a bad knee, so I got upstairs, came back down, and didn't want to walk around. I sat down, and I thought I would do a mediumship thing.
Okay.
With what's there. So I thought I would just get it in my head, and I had my phone out, that I thought speech to text.
Right.
That it would just record me, and then I would repeat what I picked up, and I'm getting typed in. My name's Michael. I'm out of beer. This is being typed in.
You were getting coherent messages from the phone on voice to text that nobody was saying in the atmosphere? Nobody in the environment was saying
I was typing in on my phone as I was asking the questions.
it? Was your first instinct, holy crap, they're using my data? Honestly. That's fascinating.
He said his girlfriend was somewhere. She went out to get beer. So he was having this conversation on my phone when I asked him.
Were you able to authenticate any of that as to somebody who may have been by that name, lived in that place, may have died wanting beer or something like that?
No, I mean, the owner and his mother were kind of, and I asked them, they said no, they don't know who this Michael is. But he was upstairs in the upstairs bedroom on the corner. He was waiting for his girlfriend to bring back beer.
Wow.
And she came.
You saw that too?
Yeah.
Written, wow. See, that's the thing. So they have a lot of apps for communication with spirit or whatever else, right? And they get dismissed easily because it's an app. People go, it's probably programmed. It's probably. I get this level of distrust with it, but I don't think there's a magical app that's making it happen. I think that if they're able to manipulate or come through electronics, that's a piece of electronics, and that if the app itself is meant to facilitate contact and you're making the process more simple, it's possible. There were phone calls from the dead that were recorded when no lines showed any traced calls coming in, but phone calls still came in. We have seen that stuff kind of happen before, so I do think that is possible. The landscape gets muddy because people are very skeptical about apps, but people are skeptical of a lot of stuff. If anybody, if you do this stuff, if you research it, if you're interested in this stuff, and anybody tells you that science says this, science says that, one day science might accept it, but don't ever accept that crap from anybody. Science is not one person. Because that's what they do. That's what they do. They try to use the banner. They go, well, one day science is not, you don't go to school and think sex ed is one dude getting all the action, right? Science is different people. There are different perspectives and views on all different parts of it. To say something we don't know how it happened, and it doesn't fit into the paradigm, that's not scientific, that's scientistic, that's scientism. That's a closed-minded occult mentality. That's not how science operates. Science is a method of inquiry. It's not an ideology. So it doesn't need to fit into it. It needs to be examined over and over again. So when somebody tells you they're a skeptic, but they don't believe in any of this stuff, they're not a skeptic. They're also a believer, but they're a believer in a different paradigm that clashes with the person who thinks everything's a ghost. Yes, sir. Sorry.
Play some of the recordings.
I could. I did not know if I was going to have the opportunity to do it here. I don't know if it would work if I put my phone against the. I can try to play one for you. So just so you know, when we do direct radio voice, just kind of rehash to the beginning, what we have is pure white noise. There's no data in white noise. There's nothing in it. So anything that sounds vocal, even if you can't fully comprehend what the words are, should not be there. What we're doing with Staticom and off of the offshoot of European direct radio voice is there's nothing like it. I've never seen a ghost box do what this method can do, and we still don't know what its limitations are. But we've gotten, at the Shanley Hotel, 25 minutes from here, we got one voice that went on a rant for 1 minute and 8 seconds, the same voice. I've never seen a ghost box do that. I think the methodology doesn't allow it. With this, it's kind of like an open channel. I have signal. I could try to play. Should I try to play Damnation through here?
Yep.
I knew you were going to say that. So this one is interesting for two reasons. This is the one that's 1 minute and 8 seconds long. It's the same voice. We're using pure white noise. That's it. Live filtered, slowed down in real time. The interesting thing also about this vocal was it was captured at the Shanley Hotel about 25 minutes from here. Why does YouTube TV think I want to subscribe right now? I don't. You guys are nice. I've got a couple minutes left. I'm trying to watch the time. Thank you for listening to me, by the way, too. Sometimes I don't even want to do that, so I appreciate you people. And I hope you're having a good time at this fair. This is fantastic that they do this every year. Yes, give a hand for the people who've done all this stuff. And for the band. Oh, there's a band guy now. I didn't know he was there. He snuck up on me. See that? I have no situational awareness whatsoever. Do I have one here? Yes, I do. All right. Here it is. Oh yeah, I'm gonna put the volume up. I'm gonna put it right near the microphone. It's all the way up. So it may be hard to hear through the sound system if you can't hear it. I can always play it for people separately. I'll be hanging around here taking donations for fried Oreos. Kidding. But I'm not above it. I'm not. So I'm gonna play this now. So this is a 1-minute-long vocal through white noise from the Shanley Hotel. If anyone wants to hear it separately, so I'll play it, see if it comes through. We believe the message behind this was that people glorify the dark and demonic and what's supposed to be evil and paranormal, and it's not cool. Don't think that it is. That's the narrative we think this is telling us. That's the opening music, because you have to have opening music to be cool these days. And I'm not yet cool, but I do have opening music. So none of that should have been there whatsoever. I got 2 minutes left. I'm going to give you. You want to come up here with us? This is Lourdes Gonzalez. She's my girlfriend and research partner. If ever anybody had a bionic ear, this is her. She will call from the kitchen and go, rewind that. I heard something. You didn't hear anything. Go rewind it. And 99% of the time, she's right.
Well, a lot of times we argue about what's there, and then we realize that we're both right. There's two voices in there, and they're on top of each other, and he happens to hear one, and I happen to hear the other, and we bump heads, but then we realize that there's more than one voice in there. So, yeah.
We got 2 minutes to talk. So this one is very short. They had a mask. Somebody brought in, Scotty, the New Jersey Medium, brought a mask into the Shanley that everybody going in there, like known people in the paranormal, like, don't touch that thing. It's evil. They don't like it. We think the spirits at the Shanley don't like it, and they wanted her to touch it so she could touch its aura and then get it out of there so they wouldn't have to have it anymore. And they as much as named her and told her to touch it. Now this is, again, this is pure white noise, so there should be no vocals at all. Okay. There's words on the screen, but you can't see it from there. Here it comes.
Yeah, that was a little hard because of the echo.
Yeah, it says let Lourdes touch the mask, let this thing out. So if anybody's interested, I don't have them here. I think I have them in the car. I have 3 books on Amazon: Paranormally Speaking, Knowingly Talking to the Unknown, ITC Technomancy, the Magical World of Spirit Communication, and then the Digital Seance Initiative, which we launched and did a few here right at the museum in Pine Bush, which were fantastic. They did a great job with the event. So, yes.
A question about the white noise.
Yes.
Are you beating white noise from the atmosphere sound, or are you generating white noise?
We're generating it. We went from using a radio on a vacant channel, and then just to take the skeptical, you might be getting broadcast, which is okay, and we got a generator. So we're creating live white noise in the moment and immediately filtering it. So there's zero time for contamination and zero ability to receive or record any signal whatsoever.
I have a question for Lourdes. Did you touch it?
No, she did not touch the mask. She did not.
I want to say something about the white noise.
Okay, and then we're...
Yeah. So we're actually using a white noise generator and not a white noise machine, because we found out through an experiment from one of the people that we work with that when we use the white noise machine, which has recorded white noise, we got voices embedded in that recording. So it would just repeat it because they're a looping recording. So the same voices with the same answers will come through. So then we figured out we can't use that. So we use a real white noise generator that actually produces the white noise in real time.
So what's your theory about how the voices are getting into the white noise?
That's a good one.
We think it's possible that it's the wave function of light, which collapses once it interacts with something, which then it becomes particle, and then I think that's where it may become audible sound. We think it's possible it's through consciousness, and we think it's possible it could be what's called 0-point energy, which is the very lowest vibration you can be, period. We don't know for sure. We know that the voices shouldn't be there and that they're verifiable, and we don't know how they're hearing us either, but we think it's the same theory as how either a phone or a walkie-talkie would work, like a half or a full duplex system, or one channel, two-way contact, either one at a time or both.
And can you talk about your plans to communicate back through the white noise?
What do you mean? And plans meaning?
Like, are you trying to have a conversation?
Absolutely, yeah. Instrumental transcommunication we do, ITC, is meant to be real. There was a physicist in Germany named Ernst Sinkowski who came up with the term to differentiate between EVP, which is record and review, and having dialogue in real time. And that started out in direct radio voice through white noise on a vacant channel. And then we've evolved the process and added a little tech to it.
So we actually have had back and forth conversation, very short, but we were in Massachusetts and I came out of the shower actually, and a voice says, "Hi, Lourdes." So I go, "Hi, how are you?" And it said,
Can we say bad words? Not bad words. The voice responded and he goes, I can send people the file. It's on our YouTube channel, which is Gonyac Paranormal, Gonyac Paranormal. It said, she goes, "Hi." He goes, "Hi, Lourdes." And she goes, "Hi, how are you?" And he goes, "I'm good, babe. Love this bitch." And she was like, "What?" That was in real time.
yeah, and I actually asked for his name and he gave me a name, Avon Jennings. So we have real time back and forth. It's just in short. We're trying to figure out how to make a longer conversation happen.
Not 1-2 word conversations, what you would see out of a Q&A like with a ghost box. Ghost boxes work. I think the methodology works because it has white noise, but I don't think it has the potential for an open line like what we're doing. And we still don't know the boundaries of it. So
They have a weekly show on UnX Network, and also, what's the website?
Our website is GonyacParanormal.com. We have Gonyac Paranormal on YouTube. We have a Facebook page called ITC, The Invisible Art.
And the team?
The team website is Entity Voices Paranormal Investigations, and then the show is Entity Voices Paranormal Evidence.
Make sure to tune in.
Yeah, it's Gonyac. It's her last name Gonzalez and my last name Yacovetti. We went with Gonyac instead of Yak-Gon because Yak-Gon sounds like a bug repellent. And we felt like the paranormal community wouldn't embrace a bug repellent. I think you agree with me when I say that that would not be a very positive thing to it. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Bill, thanks so much.
You got it. All right, folks, we're gonna cut it here. I'm gonna start breaking everything down and heading to the community center. So hope you enjoyed the stream, Ron and everybody here. So there they are.
Love this guy. Haven't
There he
seen
is.
him. Love this
In a
guy.
while, but we had a great time together, and I love their team, and I love them. Have a great night tonight. Good luck. You're going back, right? They're going to the Shanley Hotel. Motel or hotel?
Hotel.
It's like 20 minutes from here, so that's where they're going to do an investigation. Thank you so much.
So good to see you.
Yep. All right, everybody, we're going to shut this down, and we'll see everybody in a little bit.